What's up, everybody? It's your boy Joseph Rothschild, aka MBT, and it is time for another heaping helping of a stream. This one's really fucking late. Oh my goodness. So the idea was that I would start the stream a little later than usual now, because I have, or just this weekend, because it was, we were doing trick-or-treaters. You know, I basically lived in apartments my entire life, so, or for the last, like, 5 or 6 years, so I'm not really used to trick-or-treating. There were some, I remember, in my, house when I lived in Kansas, but that was, like, decades ago, and I remember there weren't many. There were, like, maybe 10 a night.
That was wrong.
Holy fuck-a-moly! I'm living in a place where now, not only is it there are a lot of kids around, but other people will ferry their kids in here because they know that people will give them good treats. Oh my goodness. It was an event. It was a huge fucking event. I will say, we have a neighbor that has a flag that says "fuck Biden." They're one of those, you know, people. And they blurred out the F and the B, so it said "uck Iden." I was like, well, thank you, because all the kids are around. I appreciate it. I just think that, you know, that flag is so tacky. It's like, come on. We get it. I can't imagine being that mad at the guy. It's not like he did a whole lot. All right. They want to have sex with him so bad. I really think that's it. I think they legitimately just want to fuck him. And who can blame him? He's kind of he's a little yoinkity splinkety. I will say, I did get to vote today. I voted. I had to do early voting because our voting day is during the YCS. And I went in, and the woman was like, "Oh, we gotta get more of you all in here." And I was like, "What do you mean you all?" And she's like, "Young people." I'm like, "Oh, okay." So if you're a young person, vote, I suppose. This old lady at the voting booth told me to tell you that. She made me promise.
That was wrong.
Anyway, trick-or-treating was a lot of fun. I got to drink a beer on my porch and, you know, be a little buzzed talking to 4-year-olds about, you know, Pokemon or whatever. I spent like $200 on candy, and they burned through it. They ate it all. We have like 10 candy left, but far and away, the #1 item from our candy bowl was the Pokemon packs.
Booster packs.
The Pokemon trick or trade packs. They're like 3-card packs. Get them at CVS. Even Sadie has a little nice costume on. And they were really, really unbelievably popular. We had kids getting them all day, being like, "Oh, Pokemon, Pokemon." We had a lot of girls who would take one, and they'd be like, "This is for my brother." I wanted to be like, "It's okay. You can like Pokemon."
I got bullied for liking card games when I was a kid. Like, I did like Yu-Gi-Oh, but I just got bullied
That
for
was
it. I was
wrong.
told it was a boys thing. I was told Pokemon
Yeah.
was a boys thing. So I was really happy that all the little girls were taking the cards, even if they were for their little brothers, of course.
Yeah, it was for your little brothers. Yeah. And you know, it was funny because all of them were like, "Oh, it's for my little brother." There was three girls in Ghostbusters costumes, and one of them took the cards, and another one took the cards and said, "Oh, my little brother will love this," and the other one was like, "I got Pokemon cards. I'm happy." And I was like, "All right, well."
All the girls who were like, "Oh, my little brother will love these," I was like, "You want to take some candy for yourself?"
Would
and then I
you
gave them
like
like a knowing smile, and they're like, "Yeah."
Yeah. It was nice. It was cute.
Tell them about the Space Jam.
Oh, yeah. So we had a group of people all dressed as characters from Space Jam, and they were like a little older. They were there with like a younger kid, and their parent was there too. The whole family was Space Jam. So I was talking to, I was like, "Did you see the new Space Jam?" And they were like, Yeah. I was like, "What'd you think?" And they were like, it was all right.
But it was like 4 or 5 kids who were all very enthusiastic, and then when Joseph was like, "What did you think?" the energy deflated.
They were like, it wasn't great.
Yeah.
One of them was like, "I like the old one better." I'm like, "Well, I mean,
Michael Jordan better.
you're right."
But it was very funny to watch, like, all of these kids' energy just deflate immediately.
Like children,
when asked
the
about
target
their
audience, they were like,
Space Jam.
"It's too much." You know, I didn't really get it. It was very funny. But no, we had a nice time. I remarked to Jillian, I was like, what the fuck? We haven't seen any Among Us today. And then as I say it, Among Us comes up, and we were like, are you the imposter? And he goes, yes. And I'm like, okay, well, that's not how you're supposed to do Among Us.
Did you tell about the 14-year-old
No,
kids?
we did have a bunch of 14-year-old kids. You all know, every so often you get a group of kids, they're just a little too old for trick-or-treating, and I had to handle them. I had to be real.
Because, like, as the kids walk up our driveway, they're like, uh-oh, we got a wiener over here.
Yeah, because I was a wiener, and I was like, make sure. I will say, this kid had an unbelievable retort. I was like, hey, you kids, you remembering to keep your wieners clean, right? And the kid goes, yeah, with pipe cleaners. And I went, damn.
And then
that was
as
really good.
They
That was
grabbed
really
the
good.
Pokemon cards, they're like, whoa, are these condoms? I was like,
I was
know,
like,
maybe you're too old to be trick-or-treating if you're making these jokes.
I was like, you don't know what these are. You're 13 years old. Take the Pokemon cards. And they took a couple of candies, and I was like, yeah, keep moving. There's people behind you. And there were more 13-year-olds. One of them didn't have a costume. I was like, what are you? And he was like, I'm
Well, he was wearing a navy sweatshirt.
Yeah. And we were like, what are you supposed to be? And he was like, I don't know. I'm Bill Cosby. And I was like,
As a white kid.
yeah, I was like, not a great time to be Bill Cosby. He goes, how about Kanye West? And I was like, that's worse. Where are you getting these?
And we're
What's
like,
going
get
on?
outta here,
Get out.
get
We
outta
were like, get
here.
out.
Get outta here.
It was very playful.
It was fun.
They were trying to do bits. They're just trying to be edgy and do bits.
It was really funny. Like, as we were like, get out of here, you stupid kids.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
were very funny.
It was nice. I like, I can appreciate kids doing a good bit. They'll grow out of being edgy, and then the bits will get refined, and then, or maybe they won't, and then they'll become a streamer. Speaking of streamers, what? Well, no, we're gonna do.
The werewolf kid?
No. We had a ton of fucking Fortnite kids. Marshmallow, very popular costume for like the 4th year in a row. We had a Marshmallow come up, and we were like, who are you? Marshmallow, the DJ. And they go, I'm the Marshmallow from Fortnite. And he's with a kid in like a generic ninja costume. And we go, who are you? And he goes, I'm a ninja from Fortnite. And the Marshmallow goes, I didn't know you were from Fortnite. The guy goes, yeah, it's a skin. And I'm like, I guess.
These are like 8-year-olds.
Yeah, I guess we are all from Fortnite, baby.
Tell them about the
Oh
werewolf.
yeah, we had this kid who was a werewolf. He
He was
comes
like
in.
10.
Yeah, he was like 10. He had like a very elaborate werewolf costume. And we were like, you can take the you kind of get a read on a kid. Maybe if they're a little weird, you push the Pokemon cards. You'd be like, you can take the Pokemon cards if you like. You take candy. And he was like, no, thank you. I don't need the cards.
No,
And
he said he got the cards.
yeah,
but
he took the cards. But he said,
getting
I'm
out of
thinking of getting
Pokemon.
out of Pokemon cards. And we were like, oh yeah, why is that? And he goes, well, the thing about the cards is they really only have value because people decide they have value. We're like, all right, I guess so. I mean, you're correct, but you're also 10. Enjoy the fucking
We're like,
Pokemon
listen,
cards.
Listen, werewolf philosopher king kid. We only have this house because people ascribe
The
meaning to
philosopher
it.
king werewolf, yeah. It was just
But
unbelievable.
No, he just went on this very long speech to us, dressed as a werewolf. He's 10.
While he did this, a girl came up behind him and took 4 packs, just like, and we couldn't stop her because he was still talking to us about
how
fucking.
the cards only have meaning because people give them the cards.
It was like, we need to cut this other girl off. She's gonna fucking OD on trick or trade Pokemon packs.
It's like, listen, kid.
It was a heist.
This is really interesting, but this other girl is ascribing a lot of meaning to these cards.
Yeah. It was nice. It was cute. It was good to see so many kids. It's bleak. In a lot of the communities I've lived, especially the one that I grew up in, it was kind of hard to see as you grew up all the kids leaving. I remember there was one year where, that one weird year that everyone has where you're too old to really trick or treat, but you're too young to like go to parties. I remember
like these 14-year-olds.
Yeah, pretty much. But you're always like, oh, I'll help with the candy. And I remember the year I did that, there was maybe like 2 kids that came all night, and I was just like, what am I doing? I didn't need to help at all. And the year after, I was like, I gotta find a fucking party to go to.
You guys to go to parties?
Yeah, we had parties.
Oh.
Cat Knight Alexander, thank you for the raid.
Some of us were nerds and didn't get invited to parties.
Yes. Anyway, it was nice. We had a good time. I'm glad we got to see all these kids. I'm glad there are kids still willing to trick or treat. I know times are times are tough in terms of just like socializing. So I'm glad that there were still groups of kids going out, and honestly, even seeing those edgy ass 14-year-olds, I was like, oh, good. You know, there's still like annoying ass little rugrats who will, you know, try and say the edgiest thing possible to get a rise out of you. Thank goodness, the nature is healing.
Chat is on my chat's just like me for real. A lot of them also were too much nerds.
Those were literally your viewers. Who knows? What other fun costumes did we see?
There were a lot of Mike Myers.
A lot of Mike Myers. We saw a group of kids that were clearly weirdos. Shouts out to these kids.
Oh, you said the pickle?
Yeah, so this girl comes up in a pickle, and I'm like, oh, this is Pickle Rick. She's doing Pickle Rick. And Jillian's like, okay, who are you? And she's like, I'm a pickle. We're like, oh, Pickle Rick. She's like, no, not Pickle Rick. It's a pickle from a story that I am writing. We're like, you dressed up as your own pickle?
Great kid. And
unbelievable.
Her friend was
well, I'll do the bit. So I ask her friend what she is. She's wearing like a furry mask, like a dragon furry mask. And I'm like, what are you?
Oh, she had a string.
She has a string coming out of her nose. She goes, I'm a worm on a string. You know the little toy? It's a play on words. It's like the toy, but she's a worm, WYRM, on a string. It was so funny. It was adorable.
Joseph was great with all these kids because they're all weird.
Yeah, they were all little weird
now.
kids.
You know, like they're all like Fortnite. They're all just like random things. So, like, I'd be like, "What are you?" And then they would tell me. I'd be like, "That's great." And I would look at Joseph, and then he would like tell me what weird.
We had a girl from Genshin Impact. She was a Genshin Impact character. I was like, "Oh, that's cool."
About the zombie girl who was like the.
Oh, we had a fucking Changshi the Spirato.
She told
Wasn't
us she
Changshi,
was a zombie.
but she was a fucking Spirato, and I was like, "What are you?" And she was like, "I'm a zombie," and I'm like, "Oh, that's technically correct, yeah."
But it looked really cool.
Yeah, I guess so.
It was But no, it was very fun.
Oh, no, it was not. This was not the Genshin one. Let me see if I can. Changshi the Spear. I'm sure I'm messing this name up.
Jillian appreciating Joe's weird internet culture since it lets him relate to kids is adorable. It was really cute. It was very, very sweet. I had a great time.
Spiridao. Oh, yes. It was like this kind of thing.
Yeah. Can they see that?
Like a Taoist kind of.
Are you sharing your screen?
No.
Oh.
Spiridao. It's a weird. Changshi the Spiridao. That's what it is. But yeah, it was cute. That was not. No, this was not the Genshin Impact character. Genshin Impact character was a girl. She was wearing brown, had a hat, had like runes on the hat and on the shirt. Is this anyone? Hu Tao? It was Hu Tao. Yep, you got it in one. Yep, that was it.
Oh, yes,
that
we
was
did
wrong.
see that one.
Yep. And we were like, "Who are you?" And she explained it, and I was like, "That's so neat." I was like, "That's incredible." It was very cute.
It was very cute. We had a great time.
How'd you guys get it with brown and hat? Where do you think these people? Oh my god. Isn't Hu Tao also a Jiangxi? What the fuck? Two different people.
And Spooky Sadie really enjoyed Halloween.
Thoughts on king size candy? We couldn't have done king size candy because it would have bankrupted us, but also I think it would have been bad because a lot of these were like little babies and they can't eat that shit.
Spooky Sadie enjoyed Halloween.
Yeah, I think king size makes sense if you're in an area where like you get like 10 trick-or-treaters total. Like I understand it then. This is dog on dog violence. That's true.
We asked Sadie how she felt about the hot dog costume.
Your house is going to be the cool one in your community. No, there were a lot. It's weird. Our community is. We were told that Halloween is big, but I think only like half of the people here participated. But the people who participated, I mean, got swamped.
Like, the houses are decorated.
Yeah.
That was
like,
wrong.
Groups of like 20 kids at a time coming up to our house.
Every year I buy candy and no kids show up. The curse of apartment buildings. Yeah, when we were in an apartment, we got 0 too. I think kids just don't like doing it in apartments. It's just not the same kind of fun. It's like running around in a hotel. Ugh, but geez, I mean, we're not all the way out, so if anyone knocks, I think they're pretty much done. But if anyone knocks, we'll be able to give them a little bit.
That was an invitation for any of y'all to knock.
Yeah, don't do that shit.
Weird. It'd be very weird. I'd be very weirded out.
Were there any 12-foot tall Home Depot skeletons? You know, I went to Home Depot today and I thought about getting one, but I think it was a little too late. On my way. Nix, you might be on your way, yeah.
Where I grew up, it was like, I grew up where it was really rural. Also, there was gang violence, so we couldn't trick-or-treat at night for both of those reasons.
That was wrong.
We always would trick-or-treat the Saturday before Halloween, and we would do it during the day. And like, but then since then I've lived in apartments, so I've never gotten to hand out candy at my own house at night on Halloween. So this was very exciting for me. Rural and gang violence. Yeah. You can have the kids walking around at night because they could be hit by a car. There were no lights. There were animals. There was gangs. Lots of
Can you
reasons.
bring me some of the candy? I want some of the candy.
Get out of here.
Yeah, I'm trying to get her out of here. But yeah, no, we started at about 5:30 and we just finished 3 hours later. We thought it was going to be a little earlier because, like, when I grew up, it was you'd start as it was getting dusk, and then when it was pitch black, that's it, you're done. It's like then it's a little too spooky to be outside. But and also it was cold. But here it was very nice. It was like kind of drizzling, which was unfortunate, but it was really nice. And I think people were trying to wait out the drizzle, so it was all late. We were out there like at 5:30, but it probably 6:30 to 7:30 was the big stuff. So we still have some booster packs left.
Are you gonna open some on stream?
No, I don't want to just like have these hanging around.
The cards.
Yeah, I catalog all my cards. Some of these. I love the Kit Kats. Kit Kats Witch's Brew. All right, there you go.
I don't want this.
Well, too bad.
Here, why don't you leave it up here in case you want more?
No, because if kids knock, you got to be able to give it to them. But yeah, we were like, we'll put the Reese's in a separate thing in case kids have peanut allergies, and then we're like, oh, fuck it. Because what we would do is we'd give them both things, and they would just take one apiece, and it's like, okay, this isn't going to work. Can I have a Reese's as the payment for the next Twitter thread? I don't know. Are you actually doing it? Anyone come dressed as Gage? No. Doesn't Snickers have peanuts too? Oh, yeah. But I elected this holiday season to do only the candy that was green. And only green candy. The green Snickers, the green Kit Kats, the Halloween green Sour Patch Kids, green Reese's. Green only. And the bowl was green. We had a bunch of Spanish-speaking people. Sadie loved them. Sadie used to be pretty good at Spanish because when we lived in Hyattsville, most of the people around us spoke Spanish. And so she would just like pick up from them giving commands to their dogs at the dog park Spanish. And so she's pretty good at it. She will respond to some commands in Spanish, but I think she's lost it now. And hearing people speak Spanish around her, she was like, oh, good. It was very cute. Sadie does not like French, though. She doesn't like that dirty, disgusting language.
I speak Spanish and French, and every time I speak Spanish, Sadie's like, oh boy, and she wags her tail. When I speak French, she just gets very alarmed.
Ugh. But no, I thought it would be like a quiet night. We get like 10 trick-or-treaters, and we can carve the pumpkin in the background. And instead, it was like work. We were just working.
It was really fun, though.
It was nice. It was very nice.
Rita, you gotta do work.
Yeah, I do. And you got to get out of my hair. Now give me a kiss.
You're just gonna say that shit to me and say, give me a kiss?
Yes. You'll see that she did it anyway. She gave me a kiss even though I insulted her.
Well, you you keep such a sweet smile.
Do you want to know why that is? It's because I gave her the yoinky splunky.
What does that mean?
Her and I get in bed, and I give her the yoinky splunky. I go yoinky splunky.
What does that mean?
You know what the yoinky splunky is?
No, I don't. I want you to explain it to me.
Well, yeah, I think you can infer it.
No, I can't.
Why not?
I want you to tell me what the yoinky splunky is.
I don't think I can say it on stream. It's against terms of service. But what did we do yesterday? That was the yoinky splunky.
You mean we laid in bed and scrolled on our phones separately?
Yes, that's the yoinky splinky, and I'm the best there is at it, baby.
That's true. Number one yoinky splunkier over here.
Here, give me a kiss.
Say
Give me a
please.
yoink so I can splunk.
No, say give me a kiss, please, and I'll do it.
Why do I have to say please?
Because
You're my
it's
wife.
Polite. I don't know.
Oh
It's
my
just
god!
polite.
Give me a kiss, please. Mwah. Jesus. Now you're giving me the yoinky splinky. You're trying to yoinky my splinky. Better not yoinky too hard, or I'm gonna splinky. That's it. We found it.
I don't know what that means, chat.
Right, it's that yoinky, please. Oh yeah, baby.
That's the yoinky.
Oh yeah. You see that, eh? Leave it to right.
We're not that mobile.
You're not that mobile.
I had to teach you this last week. Danny had to teach you the yoinky splinky.
Oh, Danny does a good yoinky splinky.
Danny, why are you teaching my husband the yoinky splinky?
He said, Joseph, give me the yoinky splinky, please! I can't believe you all got the Genshin Impact costume in 1 second. You're weebs. Ah! That was not a kiss. Jesus Christ.
It wasn't.
All right.
That was a kiss.
All right, get the heck out of here. All right. You all are begging me to look at the Zulu thing, so we will look at the Zulu thing. Zulu went viral yesterday on livestream
Oui, je
fails.
crois qu'on a des choses à se dire. Vous pouvez pas savoir à quel point je suis contente de vous faire cette
So we will
vidéo
react to this.
pour vous présenter enfin mon projet secret sur lequel
A
je bosse
secret
depuis
project
7
that
mois.
I have been working on for 7 months.
Pourquoi c'est si important de vous la faire? Parce que ça veut dire que j'ai réussi. J'ai réussi à réaliser ce qui était pour moi comme un de mes... C'est même pas un rêve parce que je pensais pas que c'était possible, mais plus un fantasme de gamin quand je regardais Yu-Gi-Oh sur Canal J en sortant de l'école et que je savatais ma carte sur la table en criant Dragon blanc, yeux bleus et que je voulais la voir sortir et que ça marchait pas. Ce jour où j'achetais le disque de duel chez moi, je mettais mes cartes sans protection et je les défonçais, mais qu'elles s'invoquaient pas devant.
They
Et
wouldn't
aujourd'hui, je
invoke.
suis hyper... C'est même pas de la fierté, c'est même pas être content, c'est bien au-delà de tout ça. Je suis trop heureux de pouvoir vous présenter enfin mon projet secret. En effet, le 19 mars 2022, je suis allé à un concert d'Orelsan à Paris-Bercy et j'ai pris une claque monumentale. Et sur la route du retour, en rentrant à Dunkerque, j'étais là, mais attends, c'est complètement insane. Moi aussi, il faut que je fasse des choses comme ça. Évidemment, spoiler, je ne sais pas faire, mais je suis sûr.
Je ne sais pas
Et ça,
faire.
j'en suis toujours certain, c'est qu'on peut tout apprendre. Il suffit de se donner du temps. Et du temps, on n'en a pas toujours. Mais en tout cas, je m'en suis donné. Je me suis dit, eh bien, tu vois, cette idée qui a germé en toi quand tu as vu le projet Athème, projet qu'on vous avait présenté dans Radio Yu-Gi-Oh, où ce mec un peu fou, en fait, se dit, bah, je vais créer une application où on va pouvoir mettre notre téléphone comme ça et jouer à Speed Duel. Et si on a des lunettes connectées, en réalité augmentée, on va pouvoir voir les cartes sortir. Quand j'ai vu cette vidéo, je me suis dit, mais moi aussi, je veux créer quelque chose comme ça, appliqué au live et faire sortir des modèles 3D pour faire kiffer les gens qui me regardent et me faire kiffer moi aussi. Eh bien, quand je suis rentré du concert d'Orelsan, je me suis dit, je sais que c'est possible, je sais que ça va être très long, mais il faut que je me lance là-dedans. Faut que je me lance là-dedans pour pas avoir de regrets. Et surtout parce que je pense que c'est possible. Et en effet, j'ai eu raison. Aujourd'hui, je suis très heureux.
Too hot.
J'ai réussi. Dimmer, dragon blanc, yeux bleus.
That is right. Zulu
Alors, j'ai
has
réussi quoi
made
Parce que
Yu-Gi-Oh
si
real.
yeux bleus sortir d'une de mes cartes, j'ai réussi à créer un tapis connecté Yu-Gi-Oh qui reconnaît toutes les cartes que je pose sur le tapis et qui est connecté à plusieurs applications qui sont directement liées au live. C'est-à-dire que tout fonctionne en live, sans aucun technicien. Et ça me permet de faire plusieurs choses. Un, d'afficher des modèles 3D qui sortent de mes cartes et pouvoir attaquer et gueuler comme un âne.
And
Dragon
shout
blanc,
like
bleu,
a donkey.
attaque et voir le monstre attaquer. Ça, c'est quand même insane. Deux, ça me permet d'avoir un assistant réalisation en fait d'habitude, tâches que je propose à mes copains de Dunkerque en leur disant hey, tu fais quoi jeudi de 20h à 22h, dis-moi, je vais faire des duels et m'amuser en live, et toi est-ce que ça te dit de rester derrière mon PC et de cliquer sur les cartes une à une pour les afficher dans le coin droit de mon, de mon stream pour que les gens puissent suivre le duel. Aujourd'hui avec ce tapis, eh bien c'est fait automatiquement. À chaque fois que je pose une carte, la carte s'affiche en haut à droite. Si elle a un modèle 3D, le modèle 3D sort de la carte. Et enfin, et c'est là où j'en suis aussi très content, elle fait la réalisation automatique de mon live. C'est quoi? Ça veut dire quoi? Ça veut dire que dès que je pose la carte, si je la pose et que vous voyez la vue de haut, vous allez voir le crâne de Frère Stock du dragon blanc yeux bleus et vous allez pas bien comprendre ou en tout cas pas bien apprécier la carte.
Holy shit.
C'est que quand je pose la carte, ça change de scène et que là vous voyez la carte sortir et ensuite une fois qu'elle est sortie, hop, on repasse à la vue d'après pour que vous puissiez voir l'étendue du board. Ce qui me permet donc d'avoir les mains libres quand j'invoque un monstre et automatiquement
Hyperion's in this?
ça change de caméra et ça revient une fois l'invocation finie. Et ça, bah, j'en suis plutôt content parce que ça va me permettre d'avoir un live dynamique en proposant de la 3D et en plus en proposant des changements de cam tout en vous permettant de suivre au mieux les invocations sur le terrain. Et ça fait d'ailleurs exactement la même chose quand j'appuie sur le bouton du Stream Deck, ça attaque et ça revient sur la bonne caméra. Voilà, ça me permet du coup d'avoir un tapis qui à la fois affiche les cartes en 2D pour que vous puissiez les lire, à la fois invoque les monstres en 3D et gère complètement mon logiciel de stream, fait la réalisation à ma place. J'ai quand même prévu un petit truc, au cas où on invoquerait beaucoup trop de monstres dans le même tour, on attaquerait avec beaucoup trop de monstres, j'ai un mode manuel, mais cette fois-ci pas avec la main, mais avec les pieds, grâce à la pédale Elgato qui m'ont envoyé.
Oh my god, there's feet
too! Un mode automatique et un mode pédale avec le pied qui me laisse les mains libres, qui me permet moi-même, par exemple dans une situation où j'ai beaucoup de monstres, de passer dans le mode manuel, de mettre le plan de cam, d'attaquer avec tous mes monstres, et une fois que j'ai déclenché toutes les attaques, eh bien je peux revenir à la scène principale de duel, et ce qui permet d'avoir un seul changement de cam et pas plein, d'avoir donc un mode automatique et un mode manuel. Pas pied-nuel.
This is so crazy.
Tu valides la blague ou pas?
You got it?
C'est vraiment un projet que je voulais
Yeah,
faire.
I guess.
J'étais persuadé que j'allais être capable d'apprendre pas à pas avec des kilomètres de vidéos YouTube, des tutos, et au final, je pense que j'ai jamais été aussi heureux d'être entouré petit à petit, d'être rejoint par des gens qui m'ont aidé d'une manière ou d'une autre, à leur échelle, des fois beaucoup, des fois pas beaucoup, mais juste assez pour que je puisse garder la motivation.
This motherfucker learned for
Vous le
this.
savez, pendant ces mois de création, j'ai dû mettre en pause, ou des fois entre parenthèses, juste ma chaîne YouTube, mon compte Twitch, tout simplement parce que ça prenait du temps. Des fois c'était des journées de 10 heures, des fois plus, pour juste débloquer un tout petit truc qui marchait pas. Mais aujourd'hui, je suis tellement content de pouvoir vous présenter ça. Du coup, vous
This
avez
is
compris que
unbelievable.
logiciel sous Unreal Engine que
Okay, I'll just say, Zulu sent me a PM that was like, "Hey, I watched your reaction to Duel de Raw. I gotta tell you, you're gonna fucking go nuts when you see this. I'm planning something that I think is completely new to Yu-Gi-Oh, and I thought, I wonder what progression ripoff it's gonna be. This is unbelievable. This is truly just shocking. Holy fuck."
j'ai dû apprendre. Et d'ailleurs, je remercie Sutiveux qui a pu superviser un petit peu mes travaux et qui a été d'une aide très précieuse à certains moments.
Actual Zulu
dans
sweep.
ces lignes de code et dans tous ces trucs que je comprenais des fois que très peu. Merci à toi, Steve. Et il y a forcément aussi une partie électronique de ce tapis qui se trouve juste en dessous. Et ça, c'est Néodyme.
There's so much going on under there.
Pour la réalisation de ce tapis, je lui ai fait un cahier des charges et il a su répondre au mieux à ma demande. Donc un gros merci à toi, Néodyme, le roi de la Node-RED belge. Alors, vous en doutez, sous Unreal Engine, étant donné que j'ai débuté, j'ai complètement galéré, mais je peux vous dire que la première fois où j'ai réussi à faire apparaître un oiseau sur mon terrain de jeu, j'étais tellement content. Et je me suis tellement nourri de cette motivation que ça m'a permis d'heure en heure, de semaine en semaine, de pouvoir garder la motivation, continuer d'avancer. Mon objectif, c'était toutes les semaines d'avoir une nouveauté, une progression dans mon projet pour garder le cap et essayer de vous sortir ce projet qui normalement devait sortir au mois de juin, mais qui sort aujourd'hui le 30 octobre. Et d'ailleurs, ce peu que je suis en live sur ma chaîne Twitch en train de faire mes tout premiers duels avec ce système de live 3D.
This is incredible. I mean, this is going to be it. This is going to be a fucking game changer.
Vous doutez que si j'ai des lecteurs dans le tapis, et bien j'ai des puces dans chaque
What
une de
an
mes cartes.
unbelievable
Et ça,
thing
c'était
that
un
he
travail de
is.
titan parce que j'ai dû tout simplement pucer 3600 cartes. Tout simplement parce que j'en ai profité pour refaire tout le format Club Yu-Gi-Oh, rajouter 30 nouveaux decks qui sont jouables avec le tapis. Le reste des decks eh bien, sont jouables uniquement avec les cartes qui s'affichent automatiquement, mais ce qui est déjà plutôt pas mal. J'ai mis à jour tous les decks de Club Yu-Gi-Oh, ça veut dire des nouvelles cartes, des nouveaux decks, des nouvelles combos, et ça fait plaisir. Et je remercie la team de Dunkerque où ils sont venus en nombre à la maison m'aider à construire les decks, à les pucer, à les sliver, à les badger, parce que 3600 cartes, c'est long. Donc merci à eux, ça a été 2 jours intenses de 10h à 22h, et c'est là qu'on reconnaît les vrais copains. Ça fait plaisir, merci à vous. Mais c'est pas tout, pour le tapis, j'ai aussi fait un cube de draft qui va nous permettre à la maison de pouvoir faire des decks à chaque fois différents et de pouvoir jouer avec, donc d'avoir de la rejouabilité. Le problème, vous allez me dire, c'est si je veux jouer une magie ou piège ou un monstre face caché, là il y a problème.
A fucking draft cube that goes 3D. I mean, are you kidding me?
Aucune animation 3D et aucune carte qui s'affiche.
That's unreal. Look how big Obelisk is.
Sur cette zone, rien ne s'affiche. Mon adversaire attaque, je désactive la zone, je récupère la carte, je l'active, le skill un peu magique apparaît à l'écran. Et ça, c'est beau.
The famous card that
Vous allez
failed
voir
to win
de
him the
manière
game versus
périodique. J'ai
Pikami.
plein de façons de faire évoluer ce tapis dans ma tête. Pas trop vous en dévoiler parce que j'aime bien vous garder la surprise.
Jesus
Il y a aussi des
Christ.
trucs où je sais pas si je vais être capable de le faire, donc je vais pas trop m'avancer non plus. En tout cas, merci à toutes les personnes qui m'ont aidé sur ce projet et que j'ai pas encore cité. Je pense à Ordrin et Risotto Show pour les caméras. Je pense à Loïc et Léo du Spark Lab de Dunkerque pour tout ce qui est impression 3D, découpeuse laser. Je pense à Kerwan pour le design du tapis. Franchement, le résultat est complètement insane. Je pense à Bram de la chaîne Yu-Gi-Oh Project qui a clairement été le point de départ en fait de toute cette aventure. Encore merci à QC et Iki pour le développement du système automatique, de l'affichage des cartes sur Stream Deck et d'autres features de ce tapis. Steve pour Unreal,
Oh
Léodim
my God,
pour
the
l'hardware,
cards show up
et
on
à
the fucking
Pierre,
Stream
Sephora,
Deck.
Dimitri, Adrien, Florine, Antoine, Marion, So et Thomas et Franck pour le coup de main à la maison. J'espère que cette vidéo vous aura plu. Si c'est le cas, mettez un énorme pouce bleu. Franchement, j'en demande pas souvent sur la chaîne, mais là je pense que 7 mois de travail pour un projet unique dans Yu-Gi-Oh! Peut pas faire mieux pour essayer de vous convaincre de regarder la chaîne Super Zulu et de passer un bon moment avec moi. Vous le savez, j'aime varier un petit peu dans Yu-Gi-Oh! Des fois je fais du rétro, des fois je fais du compétitif, des fois je fais des deck fun sur Master Duel, des fois je fais du speed duel. J'essaie de faire un petit peu de tout. Et là forcément il y aura un petit arc rétro qui va pop sur la chaîne et j'espère que ça vous fera plaisir. Et bien sûr, n'hésitez pas à venir nous voir en live sur Twitch pour voir le premier duel Yu-Gi-Oh! 3D. Et j'invoque le paladin des ténèbres.
Oh my
Paladin des
God.
ténèbres attaque directement ses points de vie. Bref, je suis très content de vous présenter enfin mon projet secret. Et on se donne
Jesus
rendez-vous très bientôt pour des
Christ.
duels Yu-Gi-Oh! 3D de la mort et ça va être kiffant.
I can't believe how cool this is. This is like, wow. Like you have to understand if you're new to the community, we have heard about something like this coming out every 6 months for the last 15 years. And to see one actually reach the completion stage, holy shit. 3,600 cards, a draft cube.
That was wrong.
Oh. Wow. That's so cool. Oh, there's a duel?
Je pense qu'on peut y aller, Gigi.
Let's go. J'avais pris une traduction
Look at this.
pour la carte piège qui m'ont régalé. Torapu Hatsudo. Ça veut dire
raisonnement est bon, mais
Ouais.
comme le jeu est pas toujours bien fait, en fait, il est faux. Et Cipher
Look
est
how
bien
big
zéro.
that
il est
motherfucker
bien
is.
zéro. Let's go. Yes, Cipher, le
Mais
connard.
Le magicien sombre en position d'attaque.
Wow. That's sick. All right. Oh, I want to we'll do 2 quick things before we do Prague here. First up, Cardi B is Marge Simpson. Oh, adorable. No Nut November. Who's with me? Wait, okay, I have to ask. Can you fuck during No Nut November? Are you allowed to nut if it's not masturbation? No. Well, sorry to Jillian, you know. Billie Eilish and Jesse Rutherford dress up as a baby and an old man for Halloween. Dress up. Trump asks Supreme Court to block House Dems from getting tax returns. We'll see. Blood Moon is trending for some reason. Stalin. Show me the fucking... Where is... Oh, here it is. It was rigged and Stalin! He's so good, dude. Oh my god. We're just... Oh, man. Well, at least we know he's writing them. Oh, man. All right, so I want to talk real quick about the Decade 3v3 and the Chalice Line Monthly. So first and foremost, look at these two cuties. First and foremost, the Decade 3v3. So Decade and Luxury Gaming teamed up to host a tournament for $3,000 USD. It's a crazy prize pool. And unsurprisingly, the top 16 is mostly just pros. I think that you're going to have to get used to this type of thing. This format is so fucking hard that, like, the top cut is going to be populated almost exclusively by pros almost every time. We've got Mateo ended up winning with a Shizu tier. Hani on a Shizu tier. Jesse on the Jesse special. Giacomo on a Shizu tier. We did get a Bestial Sprite. Paulo, by the way, just a classic Paulo deck. 3 Ash, 3 Skullmeister, 3 Druis Worm, 3 Magnamut, 3 Saronir, but we can't forget the 3 Imperm as well. You know, we got Bestial tier, Ishizu tier. Now, I want to be honest with you. While this tournament was really good and had a lot of good players in it and had a high, you know, degree of competition, this is not what will be played at YCS Pasadena. Not remotely close. These are lists developed by either individuals who have not tested the format at all. A lot of pros were actually, like, shocked the amount of testing that this format is going to require and, like, had only budgeted a couple of days. And I think we're going to see a lot of suboptimal lists at Pasadena. Or they are just actively concealing information, which, for what it's worth, is probably not the wrong thing to do. You know what I mean? Like, this is a nice tournament, but it's not a YCS, you know? If you asked me to build a Nishizu tier limit deck for a TMT, it would look exactly like this, pretty much. You know, like 3-3-3-3-3-3-3, one of the bad ones, done. There's a lot going on here regardless. There's a lot of interesting stuff to do. I think that we will see decks that at least start from this position moving forward. Let's talk a little bit about the Chalice Line Monthly. So the Chalice Line Monthly was Sunday, and it was nice. The top 8 was, unsurprisingly, 3 Ishizu tier, 2 Sprite, 2 Bestial Branded, and 1 Fluandrees. Top 16 had some very funny things in it, like Goatee, Kashtira. But the winner was, for the second time in a row, Mount Fuji. How does he do it? Well, it's easy. He's actually good at Yu-Gi-Oh! Beat Quantal Think in a 2-0 Ishizu tier limit mirror in finals that took 90 minutes. And I mean, the top cut is going to go up after this stream ends. I really would appreciate if you check it out. 90 minutes is a big ask, but it's just shocking. And it's a type of game that you will never see replicated in real life, because players will never play this way IRL because it doesn't conform to time rules. Like, if you could conceivably ensure that you would make it to deck, like you would not get DQ'd on time, every single tier game would go to timeout. It would go to the very bitter end of a 2,000 decision tree game. Truly shocking. Fuji's play was out of his mind. Quantal's play was out of his mind. Both of them ended the game with 0 cards in deck, but the ability to infinitely recycle because the tier monsters are also localized tornado. It was unfucking believable. I mean, not surprising that people are playing Spooky Dogwood for time because, boy, oh boy, neither of them really did damage until, like, the turn it was over. Maybe 1 turn prior. The Sprite decks from this are a little loose. One is normal. One is, like, 60-card Tri-Sprite. People are just throwing shit at the wall. But I think that the decks that you should pay attention to coming out of this are the Bestial branded ones. Let me pull up Bran SP's list specifically. That's the one I really like. This list was not in the Decade event at all. And I think that this is, like, the deck to beat going into Pasadena, just because people are already comfortable playing branded. People are already comfortable. They've had 3 weeks now to play the Bestials. This deck doesn't need anything from Mama, so you don't have to, like, play test with the understanding that you might have to pick up a card that every other person is trying to pick up. I think you will see a ton of this in Swiss. Probably the pros will still be on a Shizu tier, but I think a lot of like the people who are very good but maybe don't have like consistent access to every single card they could potentially ever want, or the time necessary to playtest the shit out of the Ishizu tier mirror, which is one of, if not the most skill testing mirrors in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, I think they'll gravitate to a deck like this. And this deck, I gotta be honest with you, is tech to shit. This particular one is like very, very, very tight, and it's a result of like a months long process from Bran SP, who is a branded one trick. But I think you will see similar ones. That's because this D-Shifter main, super, super sweet into a format full of a Shizu tier. Shocking that you can do so much with branded under it. Lubellion is an unbelievable send off of branded Fusion. Getting to play branded Regained and branded Beast is such a sick sell in this format specifically. You get to max out almost on the Bistials, and you get to play a very svelte branded package, just a Luber, Fallen of Albaz kit, and the fusions with Tragedy. I really do like this list. I think that that Bran SP did a wonderful job. This instant fusion, by the way, they can actually do the entire Kit Kalos combo here, but I think that they did a wonderful job on this list. They played out of their mind as well. I think you will see a lot more of this deck than was represented in the Decade tournament. I think decks like this are potentially something that should be considered in the upcoming format. Can we see the extra inside? Yeah. Also side deck, Ra's Disciple. Like, this is the other thing, is that this deck, like, I think what we're gonna actually see at Pasadena is a ton of Rogue. Like, I think a lot of people are, well, I'll get to this, but for, like, a huge matchup spread, you can really easily board in a Ra's Disciple and Expulsion if you're going first. You can board into Necroworld, Banshee, and Zombie World if you're against Flu. You know, EEV does a lot of cleanup against bad decks, as does Super Polymerization. So what I think is going to happen, even to people who do have access to all cards, is they're going to start practicing the Ishizu tier limit mirror, and they are going to learn that the Ishizu tier limit mirror is so fucking hard that it's probably not worth their time to bring the deck with the understanding that they are not going to be able to win the mirror consistently. And I think you'll see people default to decks like this one that have a lot of game against Ishizu tier limit, but also play a little closer to the ground with plays that people are a little more familiar with.
That was wrong.
So I do want to talk a little bit about, can you link the deck? All the decks are in the Reddit post. I'll just link the Reddit post. I do want to talk about a sentiment that I have seen surrounding a Shizu tier. We are in a uniquely weird period in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, and that weird period is a result of the fact that nothing's wrong with this format, you know? Like, I mean, there's some stuff you can be mad about, I think, but the format in its entirety is intensely skill testing, varied insofar as there's like 5 different decks that are all decent. You can get in for really cheap if you want to play, like Flu is like a $7 deck, and it's like the third best option. And the depth of it is astounding. Like, one of the most skill testing formats of all time. But I'm seeing a lot of stuff like this that are like, this format has made me want to take a step back from competitive. Not because the format is bad, not because the decks are uninteractive, not because they put up a million negates, not because you don't get to play your turn, but because it's hard. And I that's like, it sounds like a weird reason to quit, especially in a game like Yu-Gi-Oh, where it's hard from day one. Like, the game is very difficult. It has a lot to memorize that other games don't, but this format is, more than any other format in modern memory, probably ever, very, very hard. It's really difficult. It's confusing. You're managing resources from the get.
That was wrong.
Small mistakes can cost you unbelievable stuff. Harder than the Necros mirror? I would argue, yes. The Ishizu tier limit mirror is harder than the Necros mirror, in my opinion. So, I don't know. I just don't know. It's a weird position to be in. The format is competitive, it's open, it's skill testing, but that is a turnoff for some people because it is really, really, really hard. I'm with Quantal in that it is really hard, and I love it. I actually had kind of a come to Jesus moment a couple of months ago where I was thinking to myself, I was like, I have now done pretty well at, 10 or 15, high-tier Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments. I've done fine. When was the last time I made a decision? And I was thinking to myself, when did I last make a meaningful decision in Yu-Gi-Oh? Sometimes I go entire formats without doing it, just farting out an optimal combo and then stopping my opponent at the choke point I know of. This is one of the first formats in modern memory where you are making decisions constantly. And I like it a lot, but for people who have grown up on formats that don't include that, which is every single format since like fucking Duelist Alliance, I don't know. What about deck diversity? I think there's a lot of playable decks this format. I think that people talking about deck diversity are upset because the difference between like pet decks and like good decks is larger than it's ever been. But at the top, there are probably like 10 decks that I would feel comfortable taking to a YCS.
That was wrong.
We'll see, yeah. How about 4? Well, the top 4 are really good for sure. Does that include MathNet Mech?
That was wrong.
Not remotely, no. Not close. We'll see what happens this YCS. I think the decks that people should be like considering are Tier, Sprite, Bestial Branded, Flu. But I don't think this format is remotely solved. I think you are going to see some very silly shit at this YCS do extremely well. We'll see, though. Real quick, though, do want to talk about this right here. Sweaty. We're filled with sweaty tier players. Oh, they're just two sweaty tier players. I own tier.
That was wrong.
But because of how hard it is to play with or against tier, I just feel too dumb for it. The sweat is coming from inside the shirt, buddy. You're the sweaty tier player who picked it up to dunk on noobs. Now you have to play the mirror, and you're shocked that you have to make decisions. Oh, I hate this. I don't know what it is. Sweaty is just an adjective that means person who has beat me at a video game. It's so fucking frustrating to see people who play video games for a living show up and be like, wow, sweat much, virgin? Yeah, idiot. What do you do? This is your job. I should hope that they're playing competitively.
That was wrong.
I don't know. This bleeds into the SBMM discussion, but the skill-based matchmaking thing is the funniest shit ever. It's like, it's my God-given right to pub stomp children. What the fuck? You're taking this from me. Why do I have to play against all these sweaty people instead of being the sweaty person that a child can complain about? Oh my God. There's a happy medium, and there's a Hearthstone post that I think does a really good job of explaining how to do something similar to skill-based matchmaking that resolves a lot of the problems that people have about it. But just at its core, it's such a funny concept to be like, yeah, I'm so mad that I'm playing against good players. I'm used to being the good player. All right. Prague. Where's Prague? The fuck? Where's Prague? Here it is.
Previously.
All right. This auto-played, in case you're wondering why I've seen 12 seconds. So, I am very excited for this Prague. Why am I excited for this Prague? Well, I'm glad you asked. I'll tell you. It's because we know what Gage is playing. Gage came on stream a couple of weeks ago, and we devised some truly heinous anuses of lists. And we had a really good one in Gladiator Beast, though I believe that Simo will be banning Bestiari and making it completely unplayable and forcing Gage back onto Chaos for the 9th time. But we also had some good decks that we could play otherwise. The two standouts were Demise OTK and the Mausoleum of the Emperor deck. Gage confirmed last call that he did the Mausoleum deck. In the tank, he also has Diamond Dude Turbo, so we've got a lot to do with.
We were both taking those cards and putting them mutually to 0. Thank goodness.
On Progression Series Season 2. Oh my god, and first pack Red Dragon Archfiend Ultimate Rare.
Yeah, yes,
you got
sir.
it. You got it. You got it.
Wow, both of these openings, bro, not even close to Season 1.
In this series, both Nim Nim and myself will be opening 24 booster packs or 1 box of a core Yu-Gi-Oh booster set. We will build a deck and play a best 2 out of 3, and the winner will receive a small prize to upgrade their deck. However, in each episode, we will open another box of the next set that was released, moving in chronological order, constantly upgrading our decks before dueling each other at the end of each episode. But this time around, we'll be introducing side sets, a new banning system.
Why is everyone typing Sin Embargo? What is Sin Embargo? I don't know what that is. It means, however, in Spanish, the Sin Embargo.
Surprises that you'll just have to watch to find out. This is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Progression Series Season 2.
That was wrong.
Harmacy, thank you for the sub.
If you want 5% off any singles or sealed product, click the affiliate links in the description and use code SEMO5. And clicking the TCG Player affiliate link before you shop helps support us to provide you with more amazing content.
Fuck you, Alex. 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 Fuck you, Alex.
Ladies and gentlemen, even though we lost last episode, we're kicking things off this episode with a banning.
Fuck you, Alex. 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 Fuck you, Alex.
And boy, oh boy, are Gage fans gonna be upset with me today because, spoiler, I'm not going to ban Gladiator Beast Geyserus. I'm going to ban Gladiator Beast Bestiary.
Fuck you, Alex!
Because not only is Bestiari a main deck card, but Geyserus requires Bestiari as a requisite material to summon. So bye-bye Bestiari, and good luck Gage without your Gladiator Beast this time around. Speaking of which, let's throw it on over to him so he can go ahead and spin his wheel for winning last episode.
I think the 5Ds era is off to a pretty good start. The Age of Gage is in swing, moving out into Crossroads of Chaos today. Another very exciting set for the 5Ds era, releasing
unban,
unban,
unban, unban, unban, unban, unban, unban,
Today I've got the wheel in front of
unban.
me, and oh boy, is it a big one. The Duel's Genesis that we just opened last week
Please start
has a
talking
whole bunch of
faster.
very integral synchro monsters for early game 5D strategies. I'd love to spin that on the wheel, but hey, just about anything else on this wheel is going to be absolutely killer if I can spin it. Anything better than the rare. I think I got unlucky last time and I got the rare. I'm looking for literally anything better than that. An unbanned ticket would be absolutely pristine to be able to deal with our Bestiari, which is now no longer with us. I got some ideas going on, so all hope is not lost today, but let's spin the wheel. Let's see what I can get. Give it a couple clicks, something big, you know what? I really can't complain myself because I've used so many of these. Another redoer ticket. I would have loved the promo, Starlight Snatch Deal. There's a whole bunch of, oh man, unbanned ticket would have been great. But you know what? I can't be greedy. I do desperately need these redoer tickets. This puts me back to 3. Hopefully we'll save these a little bit longer this time. Crossroads of Chaos though. I'll let Alex tell you all about it.
Man, it feels great to be the villain sometimes. What is Gage going to do with...
Fuck you, you stupid ass cracker. Here meaning someone who cracked Gage's deck.
Without Gladiator Beast Bestiari. We'll just have to see, but for now, we are going to be discussing Crossroads of Chaos, released November 18th, 2008. And while Duelist Genesis was just an absolute banger way to start off the Synchro era,
what are you
Crossroads of Chaos
tossing?
Was not a bad set.
What are you talking about? I'm talking about the fact that he has cracked Gage's deck in half. What else would you call him?
Either. Starting off here with the
I would
Ultra
never
Rares. I mean,
disparage someone based on their race.
We have
Plus,
Titania,
Alex
we have
isn't
Blade
even
Spreader,
white.
And the all-powerful Black Rose Dragon, which Gage and I are going to be fiending for this episode. I'm not sure if this warrants a redoer ticket in all honesty, but getting Black Rose would be pretty nice. And then we have Doom Kaiser Dragon and Revive King Hades as well. If we do need Plague Spreader for both of these, but you know, these are just Edison
Oh, chat surprised that Alex isn't a pasty old white guy like the rest of you. Well, guess what? I have the proof right here. Could a white boy rap like this?
John Moore. Gonna show you who the real White Lightning is today.
This boy isn't white, he's a
Out
lightning.
jumping on my brand new spell ground. Topping YCS's after 12 long rounds. Talking trash like you think you're the best around. I'll kick your scrubby ass back to the playground. You keep on coming back at me like Dante. Dropping Beatrice down cause she's bae. Bitch please, you think I wanna deal with her? I'll just overlay for Galaxy Cypher and steal your girl and go full armor. This money match just ain't for $1. Your life points just keep getting smaller. Careful now, cause no one likes a staller. I awaken the dragon with my melody of awakening. To my hand of vanilla, an alternative I will bring. You know that my army of dragons is gonna make you sing. Cause Blue Eyes White Dragon is the one and the only king. Especially when I synchro for spirit and go for crystal wing. Dragon spirit doing his thing with all that banishing. My deck is the best cause it outplays just about anything. Return of the Dragon Lord, Silver's Cry, time to swing.
Notably, the response rap from House of Champs proves that he is white.
There actually are a couple notable ones here. Iron Chain Dragon and Psychic Life Transfer are both generic, I believe, and so the fact that these are rares makes them quite accessible, allowing us to expand our synchro pool and giving us more options to be able to use in the extra deck. And there's some decent cards in here as well, like Miracle Fertilizer, Pride for War, and, you know, just some other Morphtronic stuff. Some stuff that if we get a high enough density of these specific archetype cards that we could possibly build around. Continuing on with the super rares, these are okay. There's nothing like too crazy here, like Queen of Thorns, Black Garden, Secret Village. These are all like okay, but again, a little bit conditional. I think this is probably the lowest impact out of everything in the set, so we're gonna hope we can avoid these for the most part. Of course, we have the Ghost Rare Black Rose, which...
Come on, Black Garden's crazy!
Knowing our luck, we're probably going to pull. And then the secret rares. A few of these are actually quite relevant. Treacherous Trap Hole, Time Machine, Gladiator Beast, Ready Ari would be very funny, but obviously with Bestiari gone, I'm not sure how relevant that's going to be. I think those are the only notable ones. Obviously, everyone knows Tempest Magician for the FTKs, but I don't think that's too viable in this series. There's actually quite a few decent commons in this set as well. I mean, you have stuff like Copy Plant, you have Psychic Jumper, you have Nettles, even stuff like Gigantic Cephalotus, Botanical Girl. Like, some of these cards are actually okay. Card Rotator isn't the worst. Like, for a series like this, these are probably outclassed by many other cards, but they're at least playable at the very least. And Goes in Match is actually maybe the best common of the set, and if it's not relevant this episode, I'm sure Gage and I will be playing this in the future at the very least. But for now, we have 3 packs of Champion Pack 7 to redeem for losing last episode. Pack number 1, we get an Instant Fusion, but I think we already have it. Sadly, we have Shovel Crusher.
Oh, and Shovel Crusher?
Let's see
Holy
what we get in
fuck.
our second pack, an Ancient Rules.
Wait,
and
another
Instant
Shovel
there.
Crusher?
Third
You're
pack, we're gonna
shitting
Hollow.
me.
I would prefer that.
Oh my fucking god! Was that the 3rd Shovel Crusher? Oh!
Fuck. We got 3 Shovel Crushers, 2 Instant Fusions. I mean, this is just actually depressing, but that's what we get for losing, ladies and gentlemen. 24 packs of Crossroads of Chaos coming right.
Why the fuck is Homunculus white? What? He was censored to red? Homunculus was white? Why was he white?
Right up.
All right, another big 5D set here. We have Crossroads of Chaos. I love the artwork of this set. I actually have a box in my display case back there. Kind of neat. You can only get first editions of these packs in the collector tins this year. You couldn't get them in booster boxes unless they were European, I'm pretty sure. All right, 24 packs. Let's see what we get from Crossroads of Chaos. Plague Spreader Zombie, Black Rose Dragon, Iron Chain Dragon. Those are the big ones I'm looking for. Flip them up. Off the bat, none of those, but that's okay.
Copy
Things have
Plant,
been
not bad.
Not good so far, these first 5 packs.
Iron Chain Fuckler, not
even in the
bad.
common slot. I know there's not a lot of really relevant commons, but there are a few that I should be looking for. Got a super right now. Secret Village of the Spellcasters. I'm
Okay, that's
playing
good.
Spellbook
That's
deck,
good.
But at the moment, in this time in Yu-Gi-Oh history, I don't think Secret Village is that playable at all. Another unfortunate thing is this does get multiple reprints in the future too. So I think when it does become useful, we'll have multiple other chances to get it.
All right, 24 packs of Crossroads of Chaos. Let's see the Black Rose in the very first pack. Sadly, no.
Go,
we get a super rare.
the Pyre Mouse is
Prideful
interesting.
Roar, though, isn't terrible.
Prideful Roar is a battle trick that beats all other battle
There's our
tricks.
first copy of Goes in Match. I am looking to get a playset of that. Psychic Jumper is not a terrible card either, and Iron Chain
Jumper's
Repairman
nice.
is like, if you're going to go down this route, is actually like an
No,
okay card.
Repairman
Copy Plant's also a
sucks.
good
You
one,
don't
too.
have to-
Oh, and an ultimate rare Doom Kaiser Dragon. Now, the problem is, if we don't get Plague Spreader, this is actually worthless to us, but this is
Yeah,
pretty
Doom
cool. I'm happy
Kaiser's
to see
not
this.
even very
Prideful
good.
Roar is not too bad for Gladiator Beast. It's actually going to be something that guarantees we can get over anything in battle. Unfortunately, with Bestiari at 0, we're not going to be able to consider Gladiator Beast at the moment. There it is. Iron Chain Dragon is
Okay,
one of the
good.
very, very
We
few
picked it up.
generic synchros that
Nice
we have
to
at the
just get
moment.
a
I have
6.
0 synchro monsters in my pull right now, so adding 1 to the mix, even just Iron Chain, which really doesn't do much, it's okay. Goes in Match 2 is an insanely good floodgate that I'd love to have multiple copies of to try something with. Yes, this card is it's very not good, but it is a generic 6, so nice to have it. That's my 3rd. I just flipped up 2 more in a row, so I have 3
Sure.
Iron Chain Dragons if I had any
Pursuit Chaser? What the fuck? I didn't know Danny viewers were in this pack.
shortage of them before. I need a Life Transfer. That'd be a nice other one to have.
Oh, and we got the Ghost Rare Black Rose.
How does it feel to be Alex?
Baby, let's go. Our synchro pool is looking nice. Now, again, we need to find a way to facilitate this because, like, our tuners aren't the best, but damn, if there's a payoff for synchros, that is it. And it's the ghost rare. And it's first if we were going based off of this actually being a real opening, but that's insane. Super sick pickup. We're definitely not respecting this.
$1,248.
Second copy of Goka, hilarious considering that there's like 7 or 8 other supers that could have been, but I mean, we have Black
Goka more like
we get multiple
Woka.
weapons.
That's what
Okay, Psychic Life Transfer.
Steve
Usually that would come up with
Brandon
the rare
wants
monster relevant,
from
but this one
us.
is. It's a generic 7. People who play modern Yu-Gi-Oh might know this because of the life gain effect, hilariously enough, but it's just a 2400 level 7 synchro, and yes, Black Rose is that too, but Black Rose is meant to like nuke the board. This can actually just stick, and the life gain can sometimes be relevant, and you typically play Krebon, so, or what's the other one? The level 3, that one just to go through 4. So you're gonna have a Psychic to be able to trigger this. Psychic Commander, now I remember the name. The rest of this pack doesn't really look too relevant, but Psychic Commander was the card I was thinking of.
I think that's my second Gozen match. This opening
The
has been
World
atrocious so far,
Tree.
dude.
We
I
could do
haven't
something
spoken
with
much
the
of it.
World
There hasn't
Tree.
been
That would be
anything to really
cool.
say, hey, Rose, Warrior of
That's a
Revenge,
good
okay?
card,
Level 4, I'm pretty
as
sure
is
this just a
Polinosis.
generic tuner. Inflict battle damage, deal 300. Yeah, but it's a level 4 tuner. One at the moment where I think there's very little of them. I unfortunately will not have the chance to play Rose in anything because I have no synchro monsters to be able to play
And she
with it. It's a nice
fucking
tuner to have,
sucks.
but nothing I can really do with it at the moment. All right, coming up on the last pack here. I am quite disappointed with this Crossroads of Chaos opening, but there is a 0% chance that I mulligan these packs. There's no shot
Yeah,
that I
like
need
what
to
on
get
earth are
anything
you
except, like,
hoping to
Black
pull
Rose
out of
tuner,
here,
and
really?
even that's a reach. I don't really need it. There's one card, Red Ogre. I was looking for a common Red Ogre. I don't think I got it. What if
Why was he looking for Red Ogre? To play Junior Journey.
What a weird opening. I did get my third Gozen match, though. I can tell that. That's my third copy of it. I'll save it to the collection. These 24 packs of Crossroads of Chaos. Let's hope it does as well. Let's see what we're building today.
Coming up in our last few packs here, and there's a super Psychic trigger. We also have Gozen match as well. I think that rounds out our playset of that. Activate only when your life points are loading your opponents, like 2 Psychics. This is not really that good. It's an interesting card, though, but kind of cool artwork, I guess. Last 3 packs, let's just go ahead and send it, see what we get. I guess we got a second one because we thought it was so great the first time around. If we got another Black Rose in these last 2 packs, I would absolutely lose it. Flip it up. Black Garden. We just got
That's
back
good.
to back
That's crazy. Cactus fucker.
Last
That's nice,
pack, then,
too.
anything I think
Who
I'm
in
gonna
here
Iron Chain
would?
the most. That would be the best way to round this out. Did not get it, though, sadly. We got the Psychic Life Transfer. I can't complain. We got Doom Kaiser, which is useless to us, but we did get the Black Rose Dragon, which is somewhere down here. Hopefully I can find it. I think I just skipped over it at some point. There it is. There's the Black Rose. So we're adding this to the collection, and boy, do we've got some work to do in deck building today, but I've got a fun idea.
We're looking at something completely off the wall today. I know. Let me introduce you to
He's really lucky that he uploaded this on the 31st because I would have failed No Nut November. Oh my god. What is he cooking? Okay, so if you're unfamiliar what the fuck is going on here, let me do my best to explain it to you. So, Mausoleum of the Emperor is a field spell that says players can, instead of tributing monsters for their big-ass guys, they can pay either 1,000 if it's like a 6-star or 2,000 if it requires 2 tributes to just normal it. This allows you to play a series of cards that are just unfucking thinkably strong. Dark Dust Spirit every turn, obviously Demok, Guardian Sphinx, Mechanical Hound. While you're Hellbent, your opponent can't activate spell cards. Monarchs like Ryza do great double duty as big beaters under Mausoleum, and you can actually play them. Cards that resist destruction like Vampire Lord, but most important in this deck list are the 3 Vanity's Fiend and Vanity's Ruler, because these cards combo with the first trap in this deck last fucking turn. So outside of this, we're playing a normal array of spells. Fiend Sanctuary, Brain Con, Soul Exchanges are just good cards. It's basically soul control, except sometimes you don't even need the soul. You just get to control. I do like the Magic Jammers because the only way Alex is going to be able to blow up these cards is through powerful spell cards that we can negate with Magic Jammer. I'm just coming, dog. This is just so nice.
Mausoleum control. Something
No
completely
Jaugen? Why would you play Jaugen? You've got big Jaugen.
off the wall from what we were testing last week with Gladiator Beasts. We can't touch that Gladiator Beast strategy anymore with Bestiaria 1, so we had to get a little bit experimental. And this is the one list that I settled on that I think was pretty fun. I've been able to pull from my chat different ideas, and this is the one that somebody tossed to me. We unfortunately fell on the wrong side of the stick with getting multiple copies of Vanity's Ruler, but we did get a couple of Vanity's Fiends to be able to
This
summon.
is
here.
kind of
Well,
whack.
this deck
We actually only have the one ruler. Really would have preferred more monsters in this list. I think the only scenario in which he loses is one where he just doesn't draw any monsters. But even if he doesn't, I mean, he's got, like, he really just only needs to find one.
to be able to use either Alex's monsters with cards like Soul Exchange, Brain Con, as well as Snatch Steal, and pair him with just massive
He
tributes.
does actually own 3. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Vanity's Fiend is obviously a Monarch level threat that's going to be pretty difficult for Alex to topple over. Pair it with a card like My Body as a Shield, Magic Jammer to protect it from getting taken or destroyed.
No, you don't want to play
Mausoleum
more than, like,
Mausoleum of the Emperor is
13
the
or
field spell that
14
allows us to be able to get
monsters in
these big
this
dudes on the
list.
field for
It's
free,
just,
gain
like,
life
too
points to
tight.
essentially slap them on the field here. We have a whole bunch of high-end guys here. Like I said, on the low end of Vanity's Ruler, Ruler, we only had one of them, but we got copies of Mechanical Hound to be able to play here, which Mechanical Hound reads if we have no cards in our hand, our opponent can activate spell cards. A little bit more difficult to get to that point, I think, since we're going to be clogged up with some of the heavier guys. If we drop them in succession every turn, though, might end up working out. Our win con for this deck, besides utilizing cards that Alex has and everything to maybe incrementally advantage him, is a card like Last Turn, which Last Turn, when we're at 1,000 life points or
On
less,
Hyper
we can flip this thing up.
Geometric,
If
you
we have
want
Vanity's
11 to
Fiend
13.
on the field, Alex
Yeah.
straight up loses the game because he can't
We've
summon
got
anything.
1,
We will
2,
win at
3,
that
4,
point. So it's gotta be
5,
Vanity Ruler if we can
6,
stick that.
7,
That's
8,
gonna
9,
be our
10,
win con and one
11.
card there.
We've
But
got
I think altogether
exactly
we should be able to
11,
outlast
and then a
that.
bunch that are
I'm
like
unsure if this is gonna be
flex.
extremely good
That seems
or
about
bad. I
right.
think it's gonna be a lot of fun. So let's try it out and see if it works. We'll come back with something a little bit more experimental next week.
All right, so last week may not have gone so hot, but this time not only is Gage most likely not going to play Glads, I guess it's technically playable without best.
What the fuck is this list? This is just bad Dead Rat. This is Dead Rat, but we're playing like 9 terrible tuners.
Bestiari, but I think we made our deck a little bit more well-rounded, and we're trying something else different. So I actually decided to adopt a zombie strategy for this episode because I wanted to try out a few things, namely the fact that with the zombie engine being Pyramid Turtle and Ryukoki, we can access level 6s. Paired with our tuners, we can actually get into something
This
like
is
Red Dragon
called I
Archer
Am
quite
Going to
easily.
Be
And
Dead
so by being
Rat.
able to access by having tons of special summoning through either stuff like Pyramid Turtle, the recruiters, like normal stuff. Some monsters just have really low defense, 5, and then go
Okay, I mean, like, obviously Gage's deck is terrible. It's dog shit. I really hope he
That
wins,
was
so I'm going to say
wrong.
2-0
go
Gage.
into something like Psychic Life Transfer. That just seems insane to me. So I really hope we can pull off that combo. We got 2 tomatoes to get the darts. Grand Mole's just a great rat target, and it's good. Another Monster Reborn. We play a lot of tiny guys.
This is I Wish I Was Dead Rat.
We have
True.
draw to 7-ish. A second crease, primarily Black Rose, Magical Android, Life Transfer, and Arch.
All right, there's no way that Gage wins a game, but I'm hoping that he does.
Well, 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 Gage. I know you're just living it up over there with your first victory in the 5Ds era. Congratulations. I can tell you, it's not going to last long. And
Oh, what the
especially with
fuck
my
is a
Vanity
Marvel Snap? This stream is not
for
sponsored
this
by
episode,
Marvel Snap.
not
That
making it
game
easy for you.
sucks.
Oh yeah, man. Had
I'm
to
kidding,
switch up
it's
some
actually
strategies after
great.
that ban. That was a little rough one. But let me tell you, a good way to start off the 5Ds era with the Age of Gage. I'll kick it off strong. Don't worry, man. I got high hopes for Crossroads of Chaos here too.
How you feeling about Crossroads of Chaos, by the way?
I think the set's like all right. I think it's a little bit top heavy. Like you got cards like Plague Spreader,
I'm
Black Rose Rat.
so fucking excited for this episode. I can't believe they filmed 15 Chaos Mirrors.
Dragon, Doom Kaiser, Revive Hozes. All these cards are great back in the day, but they're all in the ultra rare like better slots, so they're a little difficult to come by.
It also doesn't help too that the 2 you just mentioned, Doom Kaiser and Revive King, also need Plague
Marvel
Spreader.
Snap
If you
is
wanna
great.
play
My
them,
wife's
good luck,
boyfriend
right?
Yeah,
lets
not
me
really
play
easy.
it while
Not
they,
very easy at all. But yeah, I agree with you. It's no
they
Duelist
go
Genesis,
shopping
but I still think
together.
there are some very sought after cards in the set that we were looking for, and maybe we'll be seeing some of those cards today. Who knows? Let's go ahead and shout the patron and find out. I'm gonna butcher this. This person's name is in Polish, so I'm not gonna get this right in the slightest because I am Polish, as you are too, Gage. Przemysław
wrong.
Mrzoszki, thank you for the support. I think that's too bad.
And it's time for me to thank my supporters as well. Brownbird 21, thank you for the 14. Rizu Sheath, thank you for the 3. Matt 96, thank you for the 500. Joey Lord 13, thank you for the 6. Matt 96, thank you for the 3. Harmacy, thank you for the 10. Tori Laminau, thank you for the 4. How cope am I on Lunateer? Not that cope. Synapse 32, thank you for the 14. Up to a certain point, I agree with you. This format feels like I'm back in my college advanced game theory courses. Yeah, no, it's that hard. Chrono, thank you for the 17. I like skill testing formats, but I completely understand because having to fire all cylinders for every single game is absolutely exhausting. The
That was
YCS is going to be a fucking marathon. Forest Kawhi Healer, thank you for the 13. Shade Slots, thank you for the 3. Derpiest, thank you for the $3. Format sucks and 90% of the player base is priced out of the best deck, and the best deck is just going to get you stomped if you don't know every in and out to it. I don't think that's true. Your boy Cast, thank you for the 14. PBJD, thank you for the 5. Happy Halloween. Hope you guys are having a great night. I am Soul Gaming, thank you for the 14. Hey, M Homeowner BT, have you thought of making a bunch of PVC pipe skeletons for your yard next Halloween? Maybe. TTRPG Sarvis, thank you for the 300. This man literally became Seto Kaiba. Wild. Blade Master 247, thank you for the 6. I don't know how one person can be so base, but Zulu figured it out. J Brainless J, thank you for the 7. Mitch 1998, thank you for the Prime. Keats has a normal name for once, thank you for the 8th. This is the first time an ad has forced me to buy a sub because this is too based. Abomination, thank you for the 3. 3 months right on Halloween, how spoopy. Guy Nathaniel, thank you for the 14. Trick or Treat. Light Night Daily, thank you for the 10. Could you do a spin around with your wiener costume? Pridwin, thank you for the Prime. 1d8 cold damage, thank you for the 13. Look out, there's a woman behind you. Chazariah, thank you for the 6. Nedstot, thank you for the 6. OG Tasumi, thank you for the 2. Keck1
That was
Lechonk
wrong.
Admirer, thank you to the gift. Evelyn Wild, thank you for the 200. Bender Burger, thank you for the 200. Mitt Romney, thank you for the 2. It's a me, Mario. Enjoy dressing up with some of the grandkids this weekend. Happy Halloween. Bender Burger, thank you for the 100. Not Ignis, thank you for the 3. The Macho Messiah, thank you for the 13. Spence, thank you for the 23. Holy shit, it's been almost 2 years since I stumbled onto your content. Happy spooky day, everyone. Captain Wolfkick, thank you for the 10. Ghost Beef Day. One Cool Jake 1, thank you for the tier 1. Ty Max, thank you for the 11. Knuckles, thank you for the year. Joseph, have you ever played Among Us? Yes. Dr. Uwu, thank you for the 15. Scrimblow Shokan. Brandon Go, thank you for the 100. Hoping for some based gameplay from Gage today. You are going to get it. Talks to Trees, thank you for the sub. Kaneko Hime, thank you for the 2. CW Taylor 94, thank you for the 6. Evangelion Redo, thank you for the 3. Ram Ranch. Nixion, thank you for the 11. Evan Wild, thank you for the 200. Adamness, thank you for the 7. This Pokemon mix is sick. Alskin, thank you for the 6. Recently decided to come out as trans. I think the community being so welcoming is partly to blame for that. Thanks, MBT. Hey! Congratulations. Synchro Word, thank you for the year. Oh, fuck. I'll be right back. Jillian fell on her big ol' ass. Rec Bold 5, thank you for the sub. Compliant Hornet, thank you for the 11. Matt96, thank you for the 100. Gifted Miss Prime, thank you for the 23. Please understand, thank you for the 9. Ninetails Friend, thank you for the Prime. Atla Phaon, thank you for the sub. Brownbird 21, thank you for the 14. I really think we can take a W today. Rizu Sheath, thank you for the 3. And we're caught up.
Canceled by the Polish community after
It was worth a shot. Worth a shot.
It was worth a shot. I know that. I know there's no chance. My grandpa would speak Polish, and you could never understand anything he was saying. All right, won the die roll, buddy. How are you feeling?
All right, I feel like going second is still going to be the way to go. I think you made a huge mistake last time.
I did. In retrospect, I made a huge mistake going first.
I'm going to take my
He
free
needs
card.
the extra card.
I'll go
The deck is not good.
Considering Glads are.
This hand sucks. We've got it.
I mean, they're playable, but I don't know how playable they are by comparison. So best of luck, buddy.
We'll see. Good luck.
I'm just going to go to main 1. I'm just going to set 1 and throw back.
All right, I will draw for turn. Stand by main.
Yep.
All right, man, let's get wacky. I'll start off. I'm going to activate Instant Fusion, paying 1,000 life points.
I'm down. Okay, sure. What are we cooking?
Right, off the Instant Fusion, I'm going to summon literally a vanilla. We'll
Okay.
go Cherubin the Fire Knight. I'll immediately tribute off Cherubin for Rise of the Storm.
Oh!
Okay, we're just getting right into it, aren't
Let
we?
me just stack that to the top. Put it back there.
Yeah, it's going to the top. Can't do much about that.
Outstanding. 24 to the dome.
24 to the dome. Looks like we're back on the Monarch.
Yes, sir. I will go main 2. I'll add a set card, and I'll pass to you, buddy.
I will draw main.
He's
1.
gonna hole,
I
and it's
think
gonna
I
be
can
my
deal with
body.
One of my favorite
Watch.
cards. I've got a couple answers. I just don't know what the best answer is of them. I think I'm just gonna just set and pass.
All right, no problem. I will draw for turn. Standby phase into the main phase. Let's see here. All right, well, I'm going to get aggressive. I'm going to see if it pays off. I'm going to normal summon Spirit Reaper.
Ooh, yeah, that's gonna be nasty.
Battle phase, Ryza in.
It's Sangan, so
Okay.
you're gonna get to hit here, but I do get an extra card to insulate my hand a bit. Question is now, what do I want to add? That's gonna
Good,
get out of
good,
this
good, good,
situation, I think.
Doesn't matter what you add to. I have a chance of dumping it right away.
That is true. That is very true. Then part of me is
You
also thinking,
grab
do I add something with the thought in
Commander,
mind it
right?
could get ripped out of my hand? Maybe I want it in the grave.
Yeah, add, what's the card called? Electric Snake?
It's a bit
History
rough,
of
Gage, I'll be
Yu-Gi-Oh
honest.
reference?
I think I'm gonna grab Mr. Tomato here.
All right, the tomato's fine. I'll hit you with 3.
I'll take the 3. Let's see what
All
you're
right,
hitting.
we'll go 1 through 5, okay?
Okay, I will say this is gonna be a very big hit here.
2, so we'll go this one.
Okay, it was DD Warrior Lady.
That's the best one.
Oh,
Not bad.
that's
Could've
actually,
been worse.
I'm really happy with that. I'll take that one for sure. I'll go main 2. I'll just set a card, and I'll pass it to you, bud. Go ahead.
All right, we'll draw. Let's go to main 1. Let's try to do some cleanup duty.
A little bit
Nope.
dark hole action.
Nope.
It
Nope.
won't cut it.
Nope.
I will activate
Nope.
my body as a
Nope.
shield.
Yes! Yes!
On the my body. Okay, okay. That's pretty nasty, actually. Well, I'm gonna run out this tomato.
Sure.
I'm just gonna try to get some damage in.
Sure,
Sack.
I'll take however much is this?
No,
What?
it's
This
not
is
sack.
11.
Sure, no problem.
And then second main, I'll throw down a card. Go ahead.
Okay, I will draw. I will go stand by main. All right, well, I guess I'll go for it. I'm gonna activate Brain Con. Give me that tomato.
Yes.
Oh, god damn it. Yeah.
This is the end of the game.
No guts, no glory. I'm gonna run straight into your torrential, no problem. I'm gonna
He's
go
going for
witch,
it.
and then I will go battle phase. We'll go in sequential order.
This is lethal.
For 300.
So 25, 49, 52. This isn't lethal unless you have Ring of Destruction. So that's interesting. Which means you probably have Ring, otherwise you wouldn't make this play. You could also just want to get super aggressive here, just to put me like in a corner. I'm gonna ring your Reaper.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. We'll both
Okay,
take 3.
so then I don't think we
Ooh,
take
actually,
anything,
neither
right?
of us
Because
take
Reaper will
anything
just
No, you both take 3.
destroy itself.
Let me read this real quick. No, we still take the damage.
Oh, you still
Yeah.
take the damage. It's on
Has to
Yeah,
resolve.
yeah.
So we're both taking the 3 still.
Both take 3, and then I'll just run everything in.
All right, show me the ring.
I miscounted. I don't have it. So no, you were worried about nothing there. I thought I had it right there. You're at
All right,
100.
I'm on 100 life points.
Yeah, you're on a dream right now. Let me see what you got. But I am gonna have to pass it back to you. So
Oh my god.
there's your
there's
tomato.
hope.
There's hope. Go
Okay.
ahead.
There's cards that do it. There's cards that do it. I don't think that does it. All right, I'm going to put the tomato to defense. I'm going to set 1, and I'm going to set 1. I'll throw back.
Okay, I'll draw. Stand by main.
Yep.
You live another turn, you little rascal. I will go. I'll go battle phase. I'll go. I don't really want you to get the search off tomato. I'm gonna just. You've already used Sanguine too, though.
Correct.
I'm gonna go rise into the face down.
It is Pyramid Turtle.
Oh, I haven't seen the turn in a minute. All right.
Okay, we're going to grab ourselves. I feel like I'm going to regret this decision as soon as I make it. I'm going to go Koki.
Okay. I'll go main too. I mean, yeah, I guess this is just the play. It has to be. I'll tribute the Ryza for Dark Dust Spirit.
And bounce.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
It's everything. Oh, destroys
Destroys
everything.
everything. Yeah,
Excuse
destroys
me.
everything.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, cool. Trigger
It's
witch.
trigger your witch, which is pretty strong.
I don't know. None of these cards are good. Oh man, I've got to reveal
Dad
them
online?
in a minute here.
Oh no.
That is true. I mean, it seems like you're
Oh no,
on
he
tribute at this
is.
point,
I'll pick up Vanity's Fiend.
are you just on like you're on every tribute?
I could
Holy
be like
shit.
you have no idea what I'm on, man. I could be
That
on
is-
anything. I will go.
You're just on tribute turbo.
I'm a little upset. I'm gonna give you more life, but I am. I'm gonna upstart.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, I know you
And
have
then
to.
I'll just go to the end phase. I'll put this Dust Spirit back and pass you.
So Vanity's Dust Spirit, 1 card.
We're gonna die to a
Oh,
normal
no,
summon.
1 set. Okay, I'll draw.
Okay.
Main 1. Dark Arm Dragon.
Shit. Yeah, that's good. Okay.
Activate. Let's
Yep.
get rid of. Let's get rid of.
We're not
Tomato.
dead.
Yep.
What was it? It was Magic Jammer. The fuck? All right, slam in there. 28.
Yeah, I'll take 28. No, it's
Yeah, I
fine.
wish I could kill you.
Yeah, I bet
unfortunately.
you
I did
do,
not think
bro.
this game was gonna be this close.
I
buddy.
Here we
hope
go,
you
here
have
we
something,
go,
but I'm gonna take it.
Oh,
Yes!
damn it, yeah?
Yes, yes,
All right,
yes!
I'll go Dad Effect. Banish Spirit
You have
Reaper.
2
buff.
fucking-
Yes!
Mm.
Yes!
Oh my
This
god!
fucking fell in season
Okay,
1.
okay, one more.
I
Just
can't
Just
believe
one
it.
more.
Oh my.
One more, come on, baby. I didn't think we'd get 1. Let's get 2.
Oh, Gage, that was probably cathartic karmic justice for every one of your followers for season 1 of Prague. That felt
He
disgusting.
hasn't even
Holy
care
I don't care
even
about the dust spirit.
seen
I think
the
that turned on my
mausoleum.
dad, so honestly, that was
Dog shit hand. Mystic Tomato's good, but that shit is getting mega soul exchanged.
fine. It's the snatch deal.
Or-
Sometimes, bro, you got everything.
Vanity!
Snatch
Sometimes you got
steal.
everything.
Snatch
All right,
steal.
I
All
get
right,
the
bud.
extra card, so this time I get everything.
You
Let's see
do.
what we
You do. Let's see what I can get cooking with here. I'm gonna upstart Goblin to start my turn. I'll draw. a card.
Just make vanities, we
I
win.
will just set a card, set another one, and
Okay,
I'll
okay,
go ahead.
okay, okay, okay.
We'll draw. Main 1. Not
Okay,
a,
okay.
That better starts. Say, I will just mimic your move. Go ahead.
All right, no problem. I'll draw. Stand by main. All right, let's get cooking here. I'm gonna tribute off my Witch of the Black Forest for Vanity's Fiend.
Yes!
Okay, so I imagine you're gonna use your witch effect here.
I will, yes, sir.
I'm just gonna chain torrential.
My
I'm going
body.
to chain my body as a
That
shield.
was wrong.
Take 15.
Yes!
Just wait till I pop over
Yes!
this silly little tomato you set.
That is true.
How did
Off of my Witch of the
get
Black
this
Forest,
good?
I will pull up a copy of. We'll get aggressive. I'll go Spirit Reaper.
Sure.
Okay. Battle phase. Let me just beat over this face down.
This tomato, you called it.
Yes, sir. That's huge with the Fiend too. All right, I will just go main phase 2, and I'll pass to you. Go ahead.
How did he
Draw.
get this
This is
good?
bad.
Oh,
You
nice
know what
hand.
Vanity's Fiend does.
Nice handful of recruiters, you stupid bitch.
Doesn't stop. Krebons.
Uh-oh.
It doesn't beat Krebons. You're right. I don't beat Krebons. I will
Go
draw.
ahead.
Stand by main. I really don't beat Krebons.
Brain
I'll
con?
just I'll set a card. I'll go battle phase and force out an 8.
I'll pay the 8. Yeah, I mean,
Yep. All
got
right.
to.
Go
Uh-oh.
your turn.
Okay, gotta clear this idiot at some point. All right, main 1.
Oh.
I gotta think. I feel like I'm in a major rush, but I kind of just want to do this. Sure. I'm gonna Trunade.
Yeah, Trinade's fine.
Trunade
I'm
tribute
gonna sack
Koki?
Krebons for Koki.
Okay. Yeah.
Crash into Fiend.
Yep. Gotta do what you gotta do.
It's
Gotta do what
completely
you gotta
fine.
do. It's major neg, but that's what it
Main
is.
2 book.
Second main, I am going to Book of Life my Koki.
Yep. Okay. Would you want to banish
It's
the
really whack. Really not good.
Because Fiend can't be special summoned. So
Sure can. All right.
You might be able to add it back, but if you can, that's fine. So we'll bring Koki back. And we'll just pass.
He's
All right,
down
I'll
like
draw.
4
Stand by
cards.
main. I'll just reset my face down card.
Yep.
And I'll just pass it to you. Go ahead.
Probably not much
Okay,
to
we
fear
got
'cause
time,
you
we got time.
know- Or rather, I am assuming the set is a copy of Reaper, so I need to out that, which, fortunately, I think I have a way to do so. I'm going to normal summon a card I guarantee you've probably never seen before. Jute Fighter!
Yeah, you're actually right. Let me read. It's a tuner.
It's just a
It's a
guy.
tuner.
Change one face of attack position monster your opponent controls to face up. Okay. Yeah, sure.
We're going for it.
Oh, he's sinking. Oh my!
The
he's
boy is here.
The Red Dragon
RDA.
Archfiend!
The
Yo,
Red
he
Dragon
did
Archfiend
it!
is making an
Oh my
appearance.
god! All right, cool. Yeah, RDA is sick. No problem.
Go for it.
All right, he's flipping up. Yep.
Okay, after damage calc, effective Red Dragon Archfiend.
Yep. Never
All
thought
right,
I'd see
we
the day,
cleared it.
man.
We did it, ladies and
Look at me,
gentlemen.
Look at me.
Yes. Draw for turn. Stand by main.
Yep.
All right. After putting a billion resources into this RDA, I feel bad, bro, because I'm gonna activate Soul Exchange.
Oh man, it was cool while it lasted. All right, he's
I'll
on.
tribute it off for Mobius, and I'll Mobius the one face down.
I'll ring the Mobius.
I mean, yeah, that's fine. Sure, no problem. We'll both take 24. Yep.
Yeah, take your 24.
I got him. Getting there. All right.
I'm not
And
gonna
then-
take 24 just to pop your Mobius. Come on.
All right, but you're down to one card. Go
I'm
ahead.
down to
your turn.
one card. That's, you know what? I mean, it's a good
Oh,
one at least.
fuck
Oh, it is
off.
good. Yeah, he gets in there. All right, 14. No sweat.
That's damage at least. Go ahead.
Drop. Stand by main. Oh my. I'm sorry. I'm gonna activate Brain Control. I'm gonna take
Oh
the
my
rat.
god, just sack him off. Just sack him off.
I'll get there. I'm gonna activate Instant Fusion,
Sure.
pay 1,000,
Okay,
and
what?
I'll throw an extra guy into the mix there. I'll
All right, who
tribute
you
them
said?
both.
What, Vanity's Ruler? Oh my
Yeah.
god, it is Vanity's Ruler.
Oh, that set card had better be magic.
My man, get in there, bro.
Jesus Christ.
25 for the ruler. I can
All
special,
right, I
but you
can't believe I get to fucking do this to you.
Oh my god, dude! I can't believe it.
Yes! What a W! Oh, we have escaped the tunnel. We're out. We're out, baby. Matt96, thank you for the 1,000 bits. We did it. Mr. President, we have done. Look at his face. Look at their faces. Oh, fire it.
Oh, yes, Jammer!
The Jammer! Oh my god!
That's why he has the Jammer for the stat
Yes!
skill.
Oh my
No
god!
monster.
This
No
has worked
monster.
out
Any monster, any
tremendously.
monster.
If you're lucky, you get another
Okay,
turn
I
there.
get a turn. I get a turn. There's a chance. Please, please, if there's any justice in the world.
That doesn't do it.
Did he do it? Yes! Oh, dude, this deck was so dumb.
Mausoleum?
I can't believe it.
Koki creature. If I any
Mausoleum?
monster, normal
Good
summonable,
enough.
I get a fucking swap. with the ruler
Mausoleum?
on the next card. Oh,
Turn-
my God.
there he is.
Fuck,
Oh
and then I
my
had the Vanity's
God.
Ruler. It's so funny. I had this stuff like built into my main to like out these gigantic idiots, and of course I draw the second fucking Koki and get punished for it. Unbelievable.
Oh man, dude, this deck was dumb, bro. I don't know how it worked out. You didn't even see the win con. So besides summoning just big dudes.
These aren't the win con?
No, the win con's the last turn.
Oh my god, this okay, now that's how I know Joseph came up with this fucking deck. Yeah,
No.
so you're playing his Vanity's
No, this isn't I Wish I Was Dead.
Fiend, Vanity's Ruler, and then last turn, right? Because then I can't summon anything.
Yeah. So like
Yeah.
the whole point is like in brewing this deck, like my chat helped me with it. The one thing that came up is like the big outs for like cards like Vanity's Fiend or Ruler, or like your board
That
like
was
Dark Hole Smashing
wrong.
Down
Sure,
and stuff like that,
sure.
which my body protects. My body put in major work. But also
did.
cards like Magic Jammer deal with the Snatch Deal and the Brain Con and the other stuff that's gonna just absolutely decimate me. I didn't even get to play the things that make like these cards easy to summon. Like the Instant Fusion and stuff is cute. Spirit Reaper's good, but like it's Mausoleum. Like Mausoleum's the
Mausoleum,
Emperor
yeah,
is supposed
I
to get
figured
these
you were
things
on
out. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I played like the 3 terraforming and everything to get to, and I just didn't see the cards. Not that I really needed it, but that was the whole point of this deck is to abuse these high tribute monsters and hopefully stick them.
Jesus Christ, I got fucking slaughtered. Like, I don't even feel like I did that bad this set. Like, you just had answers for everything.
No.
My body being
No,
on
the whole
my
deck
body
is
being
just
on a TP.
answers.
You had like the vanities to be able to stop me from specialing, and I had to commit a ton of resources into crashing. At one point, I was just considering just sitting on Krebons and just waiting to draw a card that was just gonna like out it without having to commit into like going Koki crash and then
That
like Book of
was
Wiping it back.
wrong.
'Cause then you would Spirit Reaper, so I couldn't just sit on an empty board because then you rip a card out of my hand. So it's just like it felt like everything you had was just like just well positioned to like take out the stuff that I was up
This
to.
is
So
a
what I was doing
certified
is, if
I
you,
wish
like,
I
hadn't
was
already
dead
figured it out, I
moment.
basically played like a little zombie synchro deck, if you will, because like Red Dragon Archfiend's kind of hard to summon, but he's such a cool card.
Oh, yeah.
So having just a bunch of tuners, but then the zombie access, I can easily summon into Koki off of Turtle or Giant Rat, you know, through that means. And then I can just take one of my tuners, go into 8. That's pretty cool. But even so, they just help me generate bodies onto the field. And then in addition to that, you'll actually appreciate this. So the reason I was on this terrible Jute Fighter card, which to be fair, I think the effect could maybe come up, but unfortunately, your fucking Vanity's Fiend had like 1,200 defense, and Krebons had 1,200 attack. So I couldn't just like summon this, turn it to defense, and Krebons hit over it. That didn't work. I was also, not ironically, on Comrade Swordsman of Landstar.
Why? Who knows?
And so this
Yep.
way, if the Comrade, I'm quite quickly.
Oh
so
my
it's
God.
All right, what do we
very
got?
nice.
But
Comments. Gage finally getting the protagonist power despite seeing 0 copies of his 6 of. That last Magic Jammer is something straight out of Battle City. If there's any justice in the world, this is for Bestiari. MBT the Emperor Palpatine of this series. When I saw MBT and Gage talking about this deck, I did not think he would do it. Gage is progressing. He ain't doing it alone, but he's doing it. Oh my god. It's wild that Gage has 2 playable creatures to set in his entire deck, and he drew the same one both games. Oh, I can't believe he did this. Shouts out to I Wish I Was Dead. Oh my good golly. Oh. All right, okay, let's check the memes. Leaked footage, live video from the TCG censorship process of Homunculus. I love this video.
Breathe in. Understand that you will breathe out. Understand that you're the youngest you will ever be for the remainder of your life. So ask yourself this: am I currently killing time or appreciating time?
He got so red.
Precious Glincy, you are powerless.
Ha, is that truly what you think, Alex? My time in the tunnel has forged me, made me stronger. I have many more based decks to use, given to me by the power of my stand. Come forth, Mono, Blutron.
Single pink bot.
Nani? This wasn't in my plan. I thought you'd go back on Chaos.
I'm done banishing lights and darks. The only thing I'm banishing now is your sanity. Now, Mono, Blutron.
Awful. Very
You
stupid.
cannot stop me.
I'm unabashedly Team Simo, and I will hide it no longer. Gladiator Beast bestiality deserved, TBH. I love being a powerful low rarity strategy with chaos typing. I sure hope I don't get passed over for slow bullshit. What is this? What is this? What got zoned out here? Post this count on Halloween.
The villain sometimes. What is Gage going to do with?
Fuck you, you stupid ass crap. Again, because he cracked Gage's deck building prowess.
There it is. There's the black hole. So we're adding this to the collection. More fancy looks for deck building today, but I've got a fun idea.
We are looking at something completely off the wall today. I know. Let me introduce you to mausoleum control. Something completely off the wall from what we were testing for it.
Unbelievable.
Oh man, dude, this deck was dumb, bro. I don't know how it worked out. Man. You didn't even see the win con. So besides some of them just big dudes.
These aren't the win con?
No, the win con's last turn.
Oh my god. Okay, now that's how I know Joseph came up with this fucking deck. Yeah.
Epic Simo burn. Come on. That was not
There,
that
MBT.
epic.
Hello there, MBT in chat. You may not know me personally, but these past few months I've been a prevalent contributor to the memes tweets. I just popped in to give a message to tell chat to subscribe to MBT Yu-Gi-Oh using your Twitch Prime account.
That's
also,
true.
I have a YouTube channel where I make memes about those Japanese shows Konami keeps making references out of,
They
which
do.
Rada is also a fan of. Oh hey, here come those cards now!
There they are. When she
That
jamming
was
on my
wrong.
magic?
What happens when
Glad beast deck.
going 60 miles per hour hits an
Buy ticket.
going in the opposite direction?
Come on, be something good, be something good, be something good, be something good.
Oh fuck, there's no way that guy's alive.
That was wrong.
Pop quiz, guys.
Magic Jammer MVP of this chapter. IDK how that deck won, because it's epic. No banger memes tonight, fair. Gay people I respect. Gay people I do not respect. Bestiari. Found a playset in my bulk randomly. Not sure what the hype is about. No clue about a Guido either. Thank you. White. Duel Links box? The same deck as... What the fuck? Purple Nightfall? This is the reason that Blood Moon was trending today. Oh. Okay. How Gage looks in the Mausoleum Castle. Saw this in my college hockey game and it described GX era Gage. Magic Jammer coming down end of game 3. Snatch Steal Dad. Dad Effect is live. Gage unlocking full potential when he plays decks built by anyone other than himself. The Vanities Twinks have beat the shit out of Alex. This is truly the age of Gage. Me when I watch both of Gage's incredible victories 42 times. Sadiator Bestiari. So.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Winning both Prague playoffs and progression series. I wish I was dead. I wish I was dead is responsible for every one of my... It's very interesting. So I was making my own decks till the end of 5Ds. And then midway through Zexal, I wish I was dead started helping me with Prague decks. After which I won Zexal, I let Danny have Arc V. I won Vrains. I mean, it's like he literally could have won the entire series himself. And now Danny is also getting help from I Wish I Was Dead. The only other person who has won one of these seasons. It's out of this world. Danny deserved that W. Yeah, I agree. Let Danny have. I could have taken Danny. We all know I could have taken Danny. Gangsta Tahu isn't real. He can't hurt you.
That was wrong.
Alex on a glorified goat deck. Gage on a deck he could have played mid-GX. Simo banning Bestiar and then losing to Magic Jammer.
Self in, your whole self out. In, out, you shake it all about. You do
The second fucking Koki.
you turn around. Well, that's what it's all about. Hey, wait. Whoa,
The second fucking Koki.
you've got it. Whoa,
The second fucking Koki.
everybody. Whoa,
The second fucking Koki.
knees bent, arms stretched.
No, it's Jammer!
The jammer! You put your
Gage having to ditch Glad's like, yeah. When being the villain doesn't work.
We get to ban a card
Oh my god, it's 2.5
from
minutes.
the card pool. And boy, oh boy, are Gage fans going to be upset with me today because, spoiler, I'm not going to ban Gladiator Beast Geyserus. I'm going to ban Gladiator Beast Bestiari because this is like a 2-ban in 1. Because not only is Bestiari a main deck card, but Geyserus requires Bestiari as a requisite material to summon. So bye-bye Bestiari and good luck Gage without your Gladiator Beast this time around.
That was wrong.
Oh, he will not play the Soitsu deck. This is going to be the worst deck to ever have won a Prague series. I'm fucking ya. Next time I see you, drop the pants. This deck
I'm just
was
gonna
coming.
Chain Torrential.
I'm going to chain my body as a chain.
This deck is actually good. No.
Just wait till I topple over this silly little tomato. I can't believe it!
No, it's Jammer!
The jammer! Oh my god!
That's why he has the Jammer for the stat
Yes!
skill!
One of the easiest wins that Gage has ever gotten. True. All my homies love Magic Jammer. This is a normal meme. I'm stealing her snatch till she drain my magic, thank you. No normal summon November. He's listening to the same
Oh!
Boops and Boops.
I have all the pieces already. I just need head. Don't we all, bro? Don't we all?
Alright, let's call Gage. See if he's around. You didn't even pick up. That's fine. He's probably filming fucking... Usually films during this time. Alright, let's go to his VOD and see what he picked for next time. He's busy. Shut up!
Alright, now it's too quiet. I gotta get music going. Guys, I've been jamming. No, I wouldn't.
This looks okay.
Yeah, they can go. I know how the deck works, bro. Realistically, I'm not. I have some pack. Good looking guy. Pack. Is if we play Panda.
Oh, I hope he plays this. Oh, shit, do I hope that he plays this. Holy fuck. This
Panda.
literally
That's what
cannot
we're doing
lose.
today's opening. Do I have Injection Fairy? I think I do.
No, don't play Panda. Play this shit.
Like what? The gadgets all reborn themselves, bro. That's so bad.
Oh my god.
There's no way that's good. Where is he training? He's been training with a couple of guys from Cali online. A couple of people. The Project CCG guys. You know those guys. Like, ban it, right? Unless we mute.
I hope that he plays that. I'm training with some guys too, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna take a piss and then we're gonna do the Empire Lane thing. Good stuff today, chat.
Right, it's Matthew. Kick, please. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. You see that, eh? Leave it to Ryan. Ah!
Sorry, I had to hit that yoinky splunky off stream. Okay, let's get them on the line. Oh. Epic. Just so fucking epic.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. I don't know if I should be upset or impressed that this guy can eat Jolly Ranchers like this.
So I'm eating Jolly Ranchers, right? They gave me no blue raspberry, dog. Not one blue raspberry, dog.
We're gonna have to sell your feet pictures.
This woman lost her belly button from a medical procedure, but this tattoo artist was able to give it back to her.
What? The fuck? Just don't get a tattoo. You don't need that.
You never know what you'll find in your toilet in Australia.
Son, I'm tired. Can we get hot in the game?
Ooh! That was nice.
This person owns a snake with a little smiley face. This person figured out how to go skiing, but without the skis.
No, I don't like that.
I thought this was interesting because I have never seen this before, but this is how quickly the air traffic in the United States shut down after the attacks on September 11, 2001.
Okay, see if you can find the plane that went into the Twin Towers. Oh, Jesus Christ.
My dad and I did a fun little experiment. You can make a cool trippy effect if you take the flashlight on your phone and move it through a laundry basket.
I have this laundry basket. Also, this is not an experiment.
That is the end of this video. Happy Halloween, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Having as good day as you can muster, eat some candy. Hell yeah.
Hello.
Candy good. So
Hello.
We're spending our time.
That didn't work. Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
Not much. I am just getting ready for a stream. Whoa. Let's see here. Where's my? I guess it's there. We go. All right. So yeah. MBT is here, so it's time to start. This is Card Corner, a show where I and a guest discuss card mechanics and design as philosophy and game mechanics and so on and so forth. I have MBT on today to discuss the thing that I think he has thought about more than perhaps anyone else, ban lists.
Oh, I thought that he has thought more than anybody else was going to be like how to actually win a game with Ghost Trick. But yes, that would actually be you, I think.
Yeah. I have thought deeply about how to win a game with Ghost Trick. The key is don't.
It's just do not enter. So we're talking ban lists, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking ban list, not just in a Yu-Gi-Oh context, but in a general card game mechanic sense. And also for everyone who doesn't know, I am Vampire Ian, Vampire VTuber and card game extraordinaire. That's right, there's a VTuber on the channel.
Whoa,
Pull out your
VTubers.
Hamilton references.
Yo, do you know the rapping VTuber, or is that racist to ask? You don't all know each other, right?
It's extremely racist. I'm going to write the twit longer right now.
That's fine. I mean, I am racist against whatever's going on, like in Hamilton, anyway. So that's fine.
Yeah, that's fair. So yeah, ban lists.
Ban lists.
For visual aid, obviously, I have brought up the Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden and Limited list. But really, we're just in podcast mode.
Sick.
So just say things.
Oh, yeah.
That's basically the idea here. So I guess to start things off, we're both Yugists.
That is true, sadly. The unfortunate fact of life.
Unfortunately. Let's talk about how Yu-Gi-Oh! Does its ban list. People have mixed opinions about how Yu-Gi-Oh! Does its ban list. Where do you stand?
Yu-Gi-Oh!'s ban list is extremely funny to me. The concept of ban list in Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, it has to exist because Konami keeps releasing cards that just do absolutely everything. And because we don't have set rotation, there's no real incentive to buy new product unless there's like a background power creep that eclipses every previous deck at a rate of like every single pack, every deck is better than every previous deck. So the way to get around that is to sort of invent set rotation by putting a lifespan on a lot of cards and decks and being like, okay, this deck is clearly good, but after a couple of years, we are going to ban it to shit, at which point it will either be rogue playable or just never playable again. And those are really the only two options. And that's how it's used in the TCG, effectively to push product in absence of rotation by implementing a like a pseudo rotation anyway.
Yeah, there is definitely an element of that. The way, I mean, like you could see that so clearly with the way that Power of the Elements and Darkwing Blast have been structured as far as what cards are put in them. And then obviously with the way the ban list functions as set rotation in some minor ways, like the two of them together can create that. Yeah. It's definitely weird. Like I don't think there is a card game that has quite as robust. Like if I scroll down here, it goes for a while. This is a very robust list.
I'm pretty sure there is not a game with a list like this. That's the result of, I guess, the longevity of Yu-Gi-Oh. You know, it's stuck around for a long time. There's a lot that needs to be on there. It's hard to keep track of the singular format with, 11, 12,000 cards in it. And for that reason, there are going to be a lot of misses. But even, Magic the Gathering formats like Vintage and Legacy don't have ban lists that are this ridiculous. Personally, I am of the opinion that a significant amount of this shit doesn't really even need to be on here anyway, as I'm sure that all of you in the comments already know. But there's probably about 100, 120 cards that absolutely must be on this list, or there will be immediate negative gameplay ramifications.
Yeah. For those of you in my audience who are not Yu-Gi-Oh heads, because I do have a couple of those, my audience is half Yu-Gi-Oh players that are gay and half VTubers that are gay.
Yeah.
It's all gay.
It's like, it's less of a Venn diagram and more of a circle as well.
Exactly. So what we have there is what MBT is referring to is the Masochist Banlist tournament, which do you want to describe that?
Yeah, I don't even know if we're ever going to do it again, but the concept is around ban list season, we host a tournament in which we aim to remove as many cards as possible off the ban list without impacting what the top decks are. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I will say for the past like 3 or 4 ban lists, Konami has removed cards from the actual ban list that even we, when removing half the list, were like, no, that's too far. Like we never took Fairy Tale Snow off, I don't think. That was like, we'll never do it.
What was going on?
Yeah. And of course, we all know how that worked out.
Yes. Absolutely bizarre. Just so everyone on my side knows, I turned off alerts. I have paused alerts. There was a lot of them all at once, and they're too loud. So, so yeah, Fairy Tale Snow, very briefly off of the ban list. It literally one ban list at 1, and it was too much.
I think they made it through 2, but yeah, dog shit fucking card. I can't believe that they took it off. Jet Synchron was a card that when we took off, it had immediate like gameplay implications, but the deck that used that unban to make it 2 finals and win the entire thing is now unplayable because they hit Chaos Ruler. So it is what it is.
Yeah, and that is a crazy card. So like, obviously crazy cards, that's like a challenge of the ban list is like, which card do you hit? I think that's one of the biggest challenges of a ban list is figuring out which card needs to be hit.
Yeah,
and, obviously they're hitting the wrong. In a lot of cases, they're hitting the wrong one.
Part of the problem is that you can't really hit the problem card if the problem card is one of the new cards, right? Because if the purpose of the ban list is like economic, if they're trying to incentivize people to buy the new product, you have to ban whatever old cards exist within the deck before you hit the new stuff. And that, that sucks.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like the pots, and like obviously there's differing opinions on whether Pot of Desires needed to go to 1, but the fact that Pot of Desires was at 1 and the other pots were not, I think is like questionable.
Mm-hmm.
Like pot of maybe not Pot of Extrav, but certainly Pot of Prosperity, as we see in Master Duel. I think the Master Duel hit to 1 is actually one of the few good hits Master Duel has done as a ban list, separate from the other 2.
The pot thing is pretty transparent. Prosperity is in kind of a strange spot, though, because, like, it's fine. But it's, like, clearly... Like, it's not seeing play in either of the top 2 decks in the TCG, and it's seeing heavy play in the 3rd best deck, but that deck, I mean, would just play whatever. Certainly, like, a year ago, it was unbelievable.
Yeah, it was everywhere, and conveniently, when the top decks don't play it, we get reprints. It's funny how that works.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is basically how Konami's ban list has worked since the first one. It's been set up in this way to push product, slowly hitting things that need to be hit, although not too fast, so that the product that needs to get sold gets sold. But
It's
there's
a little
other
weird
models.
because I think a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh is sort of from the get, just they're kind of working by the seat of their pants, right? Like, I don't think they really expected Yu-Gi-Oh to I mean, Kazuki Takahashi didn't expect the Magic the Gathering ripoff to be as popular as it was. Then they didn't expect Yu-Gi-Oh, the show, to have to focus on the card game. Then they didn't expect that people would want to actually play it and take it seriously outside of the Duel Monsters anime. And then they didn't expect that they would have to rectify a lot of the cards that they printed early that had an insane power level because people were upset that they were losing to them. Like, the first couple ban lists are clearly like a, sorry guys, we fucked up and didn't think through these interactions because we were making a game for children. But, I mean, around, like, I guess the GOAT list is the first really good one where it's like, the lists that start coming out during GX are extremely targeted at getting people to play the new goddamn decks. And, since, like, 09, that's pretty much how we've been doing it.
Yeah, and that is like how it is structured. As like it very much feels like a, oh crap, these cards have to go, and then it turns into what it is now. It's structured in a way like just like, oh, we can hit these cards to 1. Like with the first lists are like limit Pot of Greed. Limit this, limit that. We're not going to ban anything outright. Just hit them now, like to 1, so that they're not destroying the format.
Yeah, we want to see like the cool, sexy cards from the show that were super game warping. We just don't want it to be like every game you just pot into pot into pot into pot.
Yeah, and then eventually they realize that even 1 pot is like super sacky, and then so that has to go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Chat's
and then we start
right.
getting
the one that actually made a real lasting changes was the Invasion of Chaos list, where they were like, okay, we have sincerely fucked out upset.
Yeah. Yeah, and said is such a like great example of like a card that you made way too powerful and you have to walk back immediately. But yeah, I do want to also talk about like some other systems, and we can stick with Yu-Gi-Oh for a little bit here because Duel Links has another system for banning. And I think Duel Links ban system is actually very interesting.
Yeah, so if you're
from a mechanical
unfamiliar,
standpoint.
it's they put cards on limited 1, 2, and 3, and you can only play 1, 2, and 3 of them total. It's like a fun way for decks that are kind of bad to be able to be given powerful staple cards. Historically, like Enemy Controller was a limited 2. I don't know if it still is. And so you would be making the choice, like, am I playing a powerful deck that gets to play Enemy Controller because it's not like tier 1, or does my tier 1 deck have a limited 2 in it that means that I don't get to play these like power spells? And it would It's sick. I like that system a lot. I think it's really cool. I don't know if it works for a card game with 10,000 moving pieces.
Yeah, and not digital. If it doesn't have that digital aspect to maintain the the ratios of everything for you.
Yeah,
it
it's easy
becomes a
to
lot
tell
more
in Duel
difficult.
Links if you are over the limit. It's not easy in paper.
Exactly. But it is still a really sick way of doing a ban list, I think. Really cool. I think it's actually worked pretty well for Duel Links as well. Duel Links is still kind of fun.
It's certainly had its fair share of dog shit formats, but yeah.
Absolutely.
I am a constant preacher of the Duel Links gospel. I think it's fine.
Yeah, that's about where I'd put it. It is fine. It doesn't quite scratch the same itch as regular Yu-Gi-Oh for me, but it is playable, very playable. Yeah. So that's like the kind of thing we can take into. So like if we're looking at this from a card design standpoint, if we're like trying to design our own card game, like these are the kind of ideas I would like to put forward for people, because I don't think Yu-Gi-Oh has done it well. Like, and they're probably the best example of ban lists out there, like the most well-known example.
Yeah.
And I don't think Yu-Gi-Oh has really perfected ban lists. And so I think maybe alternate models is what we really should be looking at.
Yeah, it's a hard question to answer, because sort of the original implications of it are like, what is the purpose of the ban list? Well, it's to create, a fair card game, but also it's to make money, and also it's to generate news, and also like having a big ass ban list is a thing that people like in Yu-Gi-Oh. Bringing powerful cards off like Change of Heart, get normies interested again. They go, oh, Yu-Gi-Oh isn't dead. It's but if you're trying to create a balanced card game, yeah, it's not a fantastic system. It's not great.
Yeah. But that is actually a really good question there. Asking opinions for banned versus erratas.
I hate
is
erratas.
very
I cannot
contentious.
believe that we ever started doing erratas. The concept that erratas bring back old cards is like neat. Exactly. I think the only good errata is Sangan, because it hits a sweet spot of occasionally being playable, but nowhere near as broken, obviously, as Sangan was way back when. Every other errata has made a card that people did like a lot, straight up unplayable, but legal, or has failed to make the card worse, like IO, and then they had to ban it again.
Yeah. I am generally of the same opinion, that erratas. I've also, like, a problem for me with erratas is that erratas confuse players, because we are talking about paper play, and you bring your old errata copy of whatever it may be, your old unerrated copy, and you bring it to play, and not only do you have to know, but if you don't know, your opponent has to know. Otherwise, they're going to get cheated.
Ring of Destruction is a perfect example. If you've read New Ring, it just has like 19 different new pieces of text on it that are so minute you could not possibly be asked to remember them all if your opponent flips up an old and legal copy.
Yeah. Or you go to Necro Valley, where the effect literally changes for seemingly no reason over and over again, back and forth.
That one is just like, it's not even that's not even them nerfing it. They were just like, we really do not know what this card does.
What are we intending this card to do? I don't know.
Yeah. Are old versions of cards that have text changes legal for play? Yes.
Yep. Spell the word for you. Errata, E-R-R-A-T-A.
In general,
Shout
I
out
think
to
that
Speed Duels.
the better version is like if they had printed Sangan 2. Like, you know how they retrained all the like silly monsters? They were like, Nefarious Archfiend Eater of Nefariousness. What if we got like Bashful Sangan, and it was the Sangan specifically from the Tour Guide one, and he's like cartoony, and he did the exact same thing except it took a turn.
Yeah, I mean that's what I like the retrains. Like retrains, I think are essentially the same as doing an errata, but more fun and less confusing.
Remember the Plague Spreader retrain? Pain Painter? Is that what you're talking about? I Wish I Was Dead? Oof, that was a bust. Sangan, but he's 4 instead of 3. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, there's definitely stuff you could do with that. But yeah, so you know a lot more about Magic the Gathering than I do. Because I know barely anything, so you have to know more than I do.
I was gonna say I wouldn't present myself as an authority at all, though. I played Magic for a long time, but like I haven't kept up with it since.
I had to get one of my partners to teach me how to build a vampire deck on stream. Like I know nothing. So Magic has a ban list.
Yeah.
Despite having set rotation.
Yeah, well, depends. Some of Magic's formats have set rotation. For the longest time, Standard, which is the rotating format in Magic the Gathering, did not have a ban list. Something like, 10 years. I think the first... I'm trying to think historically, I think Lin Civi was banned. Then there was a huge gap, and then they banned Chase the Mind Sculptor, right? And then they banned... that might have been it. And then in like 2016, they decided that they were now going to be Yu-Gi-Oh! And the rotating format had like 14 bans all at once. And then just as all those cards were being rotated, a set came out called Throne of Eldraine, where they banned like 10 additional cards. And finally, all that shit rotated, and there was no bans in Standard once again. And then they just banned last week the Meat Hook Massacre. And in their defense, that card is fucking stupid. So I do understand why they did it. But back in my day, we used to just suffer through formats.
So yeah, this is definitely an example of ban lists. They're probably, I don't think it would be in this case an instance of it being used to sell product. This is just a pure, the game sucks right now, let's get rid of some cards situation.
You're forgetting the entirety of Urza block. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm doing my best to. Yeah, no. But at the end of the day, I think like a ban list that's purpose is exclusively to curb clear power level outliers is much better for the game than a ban list that is also simultaneously being made to push product, right? Because, like, what happens if you release a clear power outlier in a new set? Well, if the purpose of the ban list is to get people to buy the new set, you can't hit a card from the new set because then they won't buy the new set. So you're kind of at odds with yourself. That's why, like, Standard's ban list has been fine with me, though it's a lot more elegant when you don't have to worry about anything. It's really cool to just be like, oh, thank God, I'll just play anything from this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even Pokemon has had the occasional times. I mean, I know I haven't played a lot of modern formats, but I know back in the Neo era, or it was Neo, and anyways, the Johto era, they had the Sneasel that had to be banned because it had a crazy move that was really easy to do. Absolutely.
Yeah, sadly, I literally do not know a goddamn thing about Pokemon.
That's okay. That's where my area of knowledge comes in a little bit, at least. I have played that format. Sneasel is in fact busted. I do not want to play it ever again. But yeah, so this is like where the crux of the ban list is like, how do you use a ban list? How do you not use a ban list? And I think obviously key points is like, if you're using a ban list to preserve your profits, it's going to end up just being something people complain about over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, it's strange insofar as, yeah, like what I'm describing is standard in Magic. And Magic's standard ban list formula works because there's an alternative incentive to get you to buy new cards. But like Magic's modern ban list philosophy is a lot closer to Yu-Gi-Oh's, and as a result, a lot of people fucking hate it. There's not like 1,000 cards on it, but there's like 40, and there's a lot of, and like Yu-Gi-Oh, there's an unbelievable amount of creep both in sets and in supplementary product. And you know, shouts out to Twin. Yeah, exactly. It is hard, and it is strange that I don't think there is any TCG that has really resolved this, which is how do you leverage an eternal format ban list. I think the closest that any of these TCGs get is Magic the Gathering's Pauper format, where like they're just entering it with the understanding that like no one's spending money on this shit anyway. Like that's the whole gist of the format, is that all the cards are cheap. So there's not an alternative incentive outside of creating balanced play.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that leads to some, like, you know, it doesn't perfect formats, but it leads to people being a little bit more satisfied with how the ban list operates. I mean, people in the Yu-Gi-Oh community will go completely rabid over ban lists.
Mm-hmm.
It gets like ridiculous. I mean, it's understandable in some ways because we leave things like Mystic Mine on forever, apparently. And how are you supposed to have fun in the game that you invested in to have fun in when things like that are running around for seemingly no reason?
Yeah, this is the other thing that's like, this is my like 12 head take, but to some degree I think that Konami like encourages it. Like frequently when Konami makes a ban list, they will omit one like critical hit or add one unbelievable unhit, because it's a lot of traffic. Like there's a whole culture in Yu-Gi-Oh around the ban list, and there's a bunch of videos and a bunch of free press about what did or did not get banned. I mean, just think how many people talked about Mystic Mine after this most recent one. So
right,
I don't know. And for what it's worth, was Konami right? Mystic Mine is kind of a mid card again. So what does that mean?
Yeah,
it's a thing.
And it did get trending. Like it was trending.
It trended for days.
And that means Konami is in the news with like it's like bad news, but like it's like not bad news like Konami has child slaves printing cards. It's bad news like, oh, your little card game got ruined, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So like it's not bad news that can kill profits. I don't necessarily, because like I do think there is just a degree to which Konami probably just makes bad decisions, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I can see it going in the head of somebody that like, oh, if we did this, then this would happen, you know.
Right. And you know, that's a call that I think you can make at Konami, is be like, okay, like everyone wants the Mystic Mine ban. Our data indicates that it's only an okay card. We could give people what they want, or we could leave it legal, and we'd get a quadrillion videos that are named like Epic Konami ban list reaction video 10,000.
Simo coming back from vacation.
Yeah, the Simo nudes. Yeah, we got. I do like in that video, Simo implies that like he will stop having sex with his wife to record a ban list video. You gotta love him for that.
It's truly one of the most dedicated people in our community.
Yeah.
I guess we should also talk about, like, speaking of like people being angry at ban lists, I guess we should also talk about Master Duel and like why does Master Duel do ban lists the way that it does. I guess this also goes into why the OCG does ban lists the way that it does, because I think they're related.
I have no idea why Master Duel does what it does. I legitimately could not tell you. It was like, originally I was like, okay, I have a theory that the person who's responsible for the first ban list was on the Duel Links ban list team and thought the ban list worked the same way. And then they reversed all those changes, basically. I mean, there's like one or two that stuck around. But simultaneously put in a bunch of changes people liked. And then like 4 days later, we're like, here's the rest of the changes that you all wanted. And now the format's like, okay. It's like expected, except it has Maxi. It's just like it's a very weird way to leverage a list. I feel like it's been done very clunky, but it's ended up in a decent place.
Yeah, as everyone is saying, Maxi is still not banned. Maxi is still not banned. It's all over the place.
That's
in your
just not
chat,
going to
in my
happen.
chat.
I have just steeled myself to the possibility that we're going to have to play with this fucking card on Master Duel forever.
Yeah, it really does seem that way. Like, unless Sprite does it, if Sprite doesn't do it, it's never going away.
Yep.
And like, I remember when Sprite first came out, people were like theorizing that Sprite was designed specifically to get Maxi banned, which is obviously a silly take. But...
It's very funny. I buy it 100%.
But like it did. I think did it get limited to 1 in the OCG?
Maxi?
Yeah.
No, God, I wish.
2? I don't. I feel like it's at 1 or 2. I could be wrong. I could be very wrong on that.
No,
I don't know
it's
the
a 3.
OCG super well. Is that 3?
Yeah.
Awesome. I love OCG.
It's epic.
What? Why the difference? It is always baffling to me that there is such a large gulf in where the ban list is at in the two formats.
Someday we will get the
and
one
national
unified
too.
ban list.
Yeah, and granted, the unified ban list at Worlds is like the worst of both worlds.
It's awful.
A
It's
lot
just
of times.
unplayably bad. Yeah.
It's just weird. I mean, I know that obviously our product schedules are different. But then why are our ban lists so different from each other? Like where is the butterfly that is diverging the yellow road?
I guess the argument can be that like a significant portion of OCG events are best of one, and like Maxi is a card that says if your opponent is playing an uninteractive FTK, you can still accidentally win the game. Like disincentivizes like this non-interactive style of play that we fucking love in America because we have sideboards. But you know there are still best of 3 tournaments there, so who knows?
Yeah, it's very weird. I would like there's definitely like a sociological study in there, but it's so niche that no one's gonna make it. OCG had Maxi at 1 for a very short period of time around Spiral format, and then it went back to 3 immediately. Okay.
That is so funny.
Why would you bring it back?
That's hilarious. There's
When
no
you
one
swat
in,
the
in
bug, you
Japan
keep it
who
away.
complains about Maxi. That's crazy.
That's crazy. Core issues release structure. I mean, I know the release is different, and it leads to the ability to make a different list, but I don't know why the choices are so different. That's my question. Because it seems to me like the choices we make is what is hugely different, despite playing eventually the same cards.
The benefit is that Japan will make a hit, and then we get to figure out if that hit was correct or not. And I guess tailor ours accordingly. I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, I have no idea. It's just one of the oddities of Yu-Gi-Oh. But yeah, Master Duel as well is sort of, it's so hard to explain because it has cards that have been hit in both formats for a while. Just randomly out there and about. And there seems to be no explanation as to why they're unhit. We actually get like a minor explanation as to why they hit things. Apparently they have metrics, but we don't have any explanation as to why they don't hit things. And even obviously the explanation we do get is like we used metrics, which is the same explanation we get for how the algorithm works on YouTube or whatever, which is essentially nothing at all. Where do you stand on? So this is like a thing that we have done before in Yu-Gi-Oh, but haven't done since, which is ban list explanations.
Oh, I wish we got them. Oh God, I wish we got them. I think that we'll never get them because Tuart got roasted so hard in the one that he did. But it is so frustrating that we don't get them. Everyone else gets them. Magic gets like a big overarching video about like where they want the format to be and what cards they're sussing, and we get nothing. We don't even like in Duel Links we are putting this card to 2 to incentivize people to play other strategies, and it's like, thank you, that's very helpful.
Yeah. it's very weird. It really feels it kind of adds to the lack of there's a sense in the Yu-Gi-Oh community of a lack of communication from Konami, and the fact that we don't get explanations is part of that.
Yeah.
I
do like OCG. Yeah, OCG gets explanations. They get like a show too. They get like they get a bunch of people to sit around a table and they go, and we're banning VFD. That's fun. Why don't we get that?
They kind of treat it like a press conference from like official government, like the government of Konami OCG rulings board has decided to issue
VFD
a
has been
referendum
found
banning
a traitor, a turncoat, treasonous, will be hanged from the neck until banned.
It's very interesting. Just like it's the same game, and yet it's treated so differently. And I don't know that you can blame that all on a cultural difference, because I would like to have a show.
It would be nice.
Would
Get
be
Jerome
nice.
up there, put him in the Stratos cosplay. Done.
All right. Let's see here. Some other topics. So living card games. We've been talking about living card games on Card Corner a little bit here. Now, living card games, for those who don't know, is a card game that releases an entire set in one box. You buy a whole play set of every card, usually, and then you're good to go playing. Now, you'd think, in a perfect world, you would design all the cards to work with each other and not be broken. But obviously, you cannot predict what people will do with cards. So series like Netrunner have experienced directly ban lists. So we do have to. It's not like a problem even of slowly over time releasing sets and people pull the power cards or whatever. It is a problem across card games.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to have a strategy going into it. Going into making your card game, you have to have a strategy going in as to how you are going to handle ban lists, I think. And so, like, the question is, how do you come up with those strategies? What kind of things do you need to be thinking of? What do you need to be looking for? When does a card become unfun? Too unfun, I should
Well,
say.
in LCGs, it's a little easier just because, like, you can't print answers, so really you don't have much of an opportunity to do anything other than just, like, hitting it.
Yeah.
I like most of the Netrunner hits, I think, are nice. I think they're good. Netrunner is such a strange card game, by the way. It is so weird. It still exists. Didn't know that.
Kinda, yeah. It's like a fan-made.
It's completely fan-owned and operated, and they still release new cards regularly. Super weird.
And they also like explain the bans in the lore. Like there was a guy called the Wizard, and the way he was banned was his apartment got blown up. It's a cyberpunk thing. So
that's
for those who don't know.
That's what happened to VFD too, right?
Yeah, exactly. He got blown up and sent to hell, which is canonically the ban list in
Thank
Yu-Gi-Oh!
God. Thank the fucking Lord. No, I like it a lot. But you know, that's something that is born out of just like not really having any other option, I think.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, like if you are creating this, if you're creating a card game and you're releasing sets, you definitely, it is just something that will happen. So you have to have that plan on board. But yeah, like I think the back to the question of when is a card unfun, because people have different ideas of what unfun cards are. Like I've seen people saying that the hand traps need to be banned. like Ash Blossom needs to be banned.
I can't possibly fathom having that take.
It's such a weird take.
Yeah.
But like people have such wildly different ideas of what constitutes a bannable offense for cards.
Right.
And so, like, how do you square the circle on your community? I suppose that's probably where the start is, at the community level, right?
Yeah, it's strange. Easy ban list hits are always cards that prevent players from taking actions. VFD, of course, Mystic Mine. Floodgates are always pretty high on the list of things that people want banned. And then after that, it becomes power outliers. So, like, cards from the top decks. Those are a lot harder to pin down because decks in Yu-Gi-Oh are so synergistic, it's hard to be like, this is the problem, and then square that with, like, again, what are we allowed to ban because it's come out recently. You could get a list of probably 10 cards in tier that were the hit other than Snow, and, they went with Snow.
Yeah. Yeah, you could. Basically every single main deck monster, just get it out of here.
Yes.
Close to.
One fewer name. No more Merly. You don't get to make Elf. Imagine if they banned Kitkalos. Oh, I'm imagining it. I'm doing the Lionel
I'm
Hutz thing
thinking
right
it.
now. Can you imagine a world without lawyers?
Oh, God, it would be so. Especially with the Ishizu cards coming soon.
Those are going to be fun.
Lovely.
We're going to have a great weekend at Pasadena.
I was sad I missed Charlotte. I am not sad I'm missing any of these. So yeah, like I think referring back to the community, is like a really good way, because I think if you're trying to make a successful card game, even in a capitalist society, you gotta worry about the community first.
Mhm.
Like, as far as building that community,
People got to buy cards. Yeah.
yeah. So you have to make sure that your bans are community oriented. If the community is clamoring for Mystic Mine to go away, maybe you should make Mystic Mine go away.
I will say the Yu-Gi-Oh community is one of the most uniquely, like, totally cucked communities I've ever seen in card gaming. They will literally put up with anything. Like, legitimately, ever since we lost like a third of the players to Vanguard in the Wind Up, Dino Rabbit, and Zector format, every single like the fact that the game survived through 6 consecutive Firewall FTK formats followed by Spiral Tier 0 format is like, how did we all decide I'm going to continue to consume this product for 4 years? It's unreal. It's shocking. But
it is.
They did.
Yeah, no, it is exactly like that is exactly it. I think part of the reason I was like, literally, when you were saying that, I was going to point back to when half of the people left for Card Fight Vanguard.
Yeah, that was the last time. It's like how
it culls the weak ones.
I think that's what happened, is that the people who were willing to take whatever Konami dished at them, they were like, well, this isn't turning me off, so we'll go with it.
We are the children of the ones you couldn't send to Card Fight Vanguard.
The children of the cards sent to graveyard by Hunter. It's awful. The CFV people who got out at Wind Up, some days I envy them. From 2015 to 2017, I envied them very much. 2016?
I got back into the game at 2020, like during pandemic time. So
seems like a lot of
I didn't
people
have to
came
deal with
back
any of that
during
shit.
that. I don't know. It was weird, and it was like during Zoo format, it was 0 decks. You could play Zoo, or like you could lose to Zoo, and the attendance was like record-breakingly high. It was crazy.
Yeah. It's Yu-Gi-Oh is such a weird beast at this point. It is, because there's not a lot of, and like it's getting to a point where it's getting a lot of hype outside of this like dedicated fan base, which is kind of weird now. But like for a while, it has just been this dedicated fan base holding it up. And then like you said, pandemic hits and boom, it's like a big boom.
It's interesting for sure. If Magic the Gathering survived Urza's, if Yu-Gi-Oh survived Wind Up, Dino Rabbit, and Zector, at this point we'll just take it. But that's it. That's the I guess the psychic distance between us and Konami is just like so much farther than ever before that we don't see like quitting as an alternative a lot of the time, right? Like in 2013 when they released the list that hit a bunch of fucking synchrocentric cards and like nothing else, everyone went, okay, then I'm quitting, right? But in 2020 we make this big hubbub about like Mystic Mine, and then we're like, oh my god, I can't believe Konami didn't ban Mystic Mine, and then we're like, how are we gonna play the next format? Like we're gonna have to plan around Mystic Mine, and it's like the concept that you can walk away just doesn't ever even enter into the equation. And I wonder why, I guess, but who knows, you know?
Yeah, that's like
Chad, I don't think it's sunk cost because you're hearing this also from people who started playing in like 2021.
yeah, and the sunk cost would have applied back then as well.
Yeah.
You know, there was people who sunk cost their way through those
yeah.
formats.
I mean, those decks were not inexpensive.
Yeah. So it's not a matter of just a sunk cost. There's something else to it as well. And that, again, that's like a good sociology paper that's never going to be written, you know?
Yeah.
To be fair, though, I did have, you know, class today from my master's program, so I do tend to think about papers a lot now. So I could be completely
Someone else should write a paper about this.
not me. I'll proofread it, I guess, maybe. If I get to put my name on it. Wait, are people in your chat talking about community-run ban lists?
I mean, we have attempted a couple in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, and boy, they have not gone well. Obviously, there's alt formats with alt format ban lists that are fun as one-ofs, but never truly serious. The ARG individual format was historically dog shit. The 17-day PPG format, you could argue, tanked them as a competitive tournament host, although I would argue that a couple of other things also did it. But it is unique to Yu-Gi-Oh that there is just not ever community ban lists. We just refuse to rule zero out of anything.
Yeah, and I find that interesting as well, because it's not like other groups don't do that. There are people doing that in other card games.
Yeah.
But like for us, it's all just these little tiny, like you said, little tiny alt formats, which, you know, are fun. Alt formats are fun. But like, I guess, like I said with Duel Links, it doesn't quite scratch the itch in a lot of ways.
I think that's why a lot of people don't leave. People are echoing this in chat, but it's like, there is just not another game like Yu-Gi-Oh. There just isn't. CFV is close. It was certainly close during Wind Up Dino Route and Zector format. I mean, everything was just like slower, but I mean, I know the reason I stick around is like, nothing really gets me as much.
Yeah. That's the same for me. Like I would be gone if not for the fact that the game is fun when it's fun, and if nothing else is fun like it is when it's fun.
If Rush Duel comes out, I will be its messiah. We got to get Rush Duel. Holy shit.
Yes, please. That video game is so good, and it's not even like the best of it.
Enjoy it.
I will be all over Rush Duel. I will become a Rush Duel tuber.
I will become the Rush Duel Andy for sure.
There's a sort of reverse sunk cost that some people have, where they take their expectations of a sunk cost and get invested to the same degree as if they'd already sunk that much cost.
That's funny. That's hilarious. Sunk cost, but for like mental load. I like people who have never purchased a card in their life playing on Edo Pro talking about sunk cost. That's very interesting. Proxy sunk cost.
That's a good one, Key. Definitely something to think about. One explanation for why so many people value physical copies of games, even if they've grown up with downloads. Yeah, that's wow. I know. I guess this is like the other reason, of course, is that physical media stays around.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
But like that would be why I buy cards instead of
No
like just doing digital, even though I don't actually go to my locals very often. I have no reason to buy cards. I just theoretically am going to play someday, maybe.
All right. I should do Jank Bank, but this was an illuminating conversation.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that.
I don't
I
know
love
where we would go from here. I feel like the
Yeah,
ban
that-
list is always going to remain this big spectacle in Yu-Gi-Oh, and there's not much we can do to change that, but maybe we lean in. Maybe we'd be like, Konami, make it more of a spectacle. Get Jerome in the Stratos cosplay.
Yeah, I mean, if you make it a full 3-ring circus, at least it's a full 3-ring circus and not just a dinky little 1-ring circus of fleas. You
Mhm.
know.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But if you're designing a card game, I think there's something to learn from this. Just
Right.
like taking all these ideas and think about them. I don't want to tell you what to do. Just think about what we've been talking about and think about what you want to do with them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, thank you for
I really
having me. This
appreciate
was
it.
neat.
Yeah. If you ever want to be back on Card Corner, you can always be on. I don't care what we talk about, honestly.
Yeah, no.
It's been a great time.
It was a lot of fun. Folks, I'm putting the link in chat. Hand them the follows.
Thank
you
you
must.
so much. You must.
All right.
Oh my
Sick
God,
talking
here they
with you.
come. I'm so glad I paused alerts. Bye.
Bye. That was nice. Okay, what do we still have to do today? Rebby knows this, I don't. Jank Bank? Is it just Jank Bank? You slacker. Shut the fuck up! Alright, did you find 3 decks? No. I'm not playing the fucking Dream Mirror deck. It's not happening. I should make an evil Jank Bank list. Please do not. Where is Junior Journey? Good question. Where is Junior Journey? Okay. Ready? Let's make it happen. Everyone be on your best behavior, okay? YouTube! What the heck? Look at this. I look so smooth. Hold up. That's better. I'm like a little more edgy. Yuck. Weird. Alright, better. I'm a little too white now, though. That's not really white enough. YouTube! Like that? What do you think? Hello, everybody. It's time for Jank Bank, the part of the show in which the whole show. Hello, everybody. It's time for Jank Bank. This is a series where I get unbelievably bad suggestions from my chat in a specific Discord channel. You can access by typing !socials, find some of the lists that they think are worth playing, and then do so on Omega's casual ladder. We've got 3 stinkers for today, so without further ado, let's get in. YouTube. Bloop, bloop. Okay. So this is going to be the first one, right? Yeah, boy. Huh? Oh. Yeah. Oh. All right, first up we have, let me highlight this guy. First up we have Volcanic Runic. This is one more in the long series of people who are trying to just jam a terrible archetype in Runic and pretend that they're being innovative. But this one does have a little bit of interesting play to it. So Volcanic Rocket can add Blaze Accelerator Reload. Blaze Accelerator Reload, while it's in the graveyard, can be banished in order to send from your deck to your graveyard any volcanic monster, including Volcanic Scattershot, which when sent to the graveyard via the effect of a Blaze Accelerator card allows you to send 2 more from your deck and wipe your opponent's board. By normal summoning Volcanic Rocket and then activating any Runic spell to get Hugin the Runic Wings, we can discard the Blaze Accelerator Reload and access a Regeki on our opponent's turn. What we do from there, I don't know. But we're going to figure out. Bum 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 ba da da dum ba da ba dum bum 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 ba dum bum 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 ba dum bum wow 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 wow. What do you think about your boyfriend getting a Pharaoh's rare who's Stratos? All right, Trickster. Let's make it happen. We're going first. Ooh, all right. Here, let's put this up here. Hover. Oh, this is good enough. We didn't draw Rocket, but we did draw Blaze Accelerator. So let's go use Slumber a Cucumber for Hugin. Activate Hugin. Pitch Reload. Or did they ash it? It's no problem. We still have Tip. Oh, Valor. No, not Valor. Who could have, you know? That's fine. We'll go Tip. Oh, now they ash. Okay. We'll grab Fountain. Ooh, we hit Ghost Mourner. We'll go Fountain. We'll just pass turn here. This is an FTK. No longer an FTK. Who is playing this many hand traps? Burning Abyss. Okay, that makes sense. Let's go Slumber. Three good ones. Yeah, that's fine. You are allowed to attack Hugin. I will permit it. Get her out of here. Or don't. Downard. You fucking making Zeus here? Zeus? What the Scallop? I guess we will Freezing Curses this. We're gonna do it again. Wow, we're really gonna do it again. Okay. Graph Libic. Graph Dante. We'll do Seer here for Scarm. For Dante. Okay. Sure. Into Beatrice. Then pass. Let's go Destruction. Summon another Hugin. Activate Hugin. Pitch this. Go grab Fountain. Activate Fountain. They're thinking. Set one. Pass. Oh, wrong move. Can you draw something crazy here, please? Volcanic Rocket. Ooh, that's pretty good. That's a great one. Look how good that card is in our hand. I'm starting to think that this deck is fucking PP bad. Alright, enjoy my teak boo, idiot. Yep. We'll protect our monster. We'll draw a card. Oh, perfect! Perfect. I'm starting to see why this deck might suck balls. Okay, I'm currently experiencing the volcanic memento. Masquerena. Oh shit, we can make right on time. I guess we have to set a fucking scatter shot. Like it's terrible here, but we don't have an option. Cuz we're dead. We are going to die. Oh wait, if they shuffle the monster back into the deck, we're fine. Well, now it's still main, so we might as well do this and show them that they have wasted their life. Ass code. Fuck. They only have one more link in there. You would never make that attack. You would never make that attack in a million fucking years. You would never make that attack unless you knew. Oh, you little fucker. Well, okay, in the defense of the pilot, or in the defense of the person who made this deck, Burning Abyss was always the problem matchup for Volcanic anyway. God damn it. Genius level player. Oh, that's what it is? That's what it is? It deserves better. No, it does not. No, it really does not. Is this your deck? Is this a deck from you? Oh, no, this is what I like to see. All right. If you were upset by the showing of that Volcanic deck, don't worry, you're going to get a second one today. This deck is called Modern Edison. This deck is... No, it's not. This deck is... I named it Modern Edison. This deck is called my favorite 2010 deck. And it's out back once again. They've written a paragraph. This deck is made to abuse the famously powerful Drill Warrior as a resource loop to constantly add back Regulus, Lonefire, or Griffin Rider, including the iconic yet equally innovative two-card combo of Shell plus Quick Draw. With Quick Draw as the machine for Regulus and Lonefire grabbing Lily Borea instead of Dandelion, the Therions work perfectly with Drill Warrior. At a glance, it has all the powerful engines of the game, clearly the new take on Based, but it throws it all out the window to make a Drill Warrior. TLDR Drill Warrior. Okay, I'm in. This looks really good. Where is it? Why is that deck called Numeron Gods? It was Numeron Gods. We're playing against Burger. Oh, I've been preparing for this my entire life. Oh, shit. This hand is really good. Okay, so... Mm-hmm. Okay, little frightening here. For what it's worth, it's certainly a casual deck. Gee, I wonder what the set is. Ooh, that's pretty good. Trap Trick? Well, wait a minute. I can't think of a single good one. Okay. Okay, so what are we not allowed to do? All monsters your opponent controls become dragons. And change all dragon monsters your opponent controls to defense position. Okay. Interesting decision. Okay, so now our dragon adventure token is in defense position. And now we win the game. Oh shit, this is a dragon. Oh my god. No, I'm just kidding. Could you imagine? Wow. All right, time to get the goods going. I will special summon Quick Draw Synchron by pitching Lily Borea. Yeah, weren't expecting that one, were ya? And now we are going to activate Therion King Regulus, targeting Lily Borea. Okay, I'm in on this. Just like last time, Outback has come together with a deck that is a little bit based. Any card to send to the graveyard, that one. We will grab Disc Coliseum, activate Dracoback, equip the Adventure token. We'll activate Disc Coliseum, grab a Therion. Just fucking get Lily Borea. Why not, you know? And now we can... Wait, what the... Oh, normal summon. Now, what are the fun guys we can go into? Ooh, we can make Junk Destroyer. Wait, this card's crazy. This card's insane. All right, time for you to meet a card that, if it existed in 2008, would have absolutely rocked the world. I'm talking about Junk Destroyer. And you can bet your ass I'm about to destroy your junk. Bot of Bing. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Battle. Can we do anything else? We can make Dingirsu. I'm actually good. This is looking good. I'm liking this a lot. Boom, 1,000. Boom, 26. Boom, 2,000. 45 negates on this bad boy. Now what do we want to do? Kind of want to get the Albion out of the graveyard here. Can we do that? No, we're not playing dark. Let's just pass here and then negate the Albion. We'll lose Lily Boria here. Get him out of here. Oh, wait. Fuck! That's not what I meant to negate! Oh. It's cool. We're fine. We're fine. that was a chalice check. We failed the chalice check. Branded opening. That is A-okay. Maybe we should have negated that. Nope. They're going to pitch Buster Blader. It's completely fine. Not a Luber. The Boober de la Doober. Alright, we'll negate it here. A second Luber! Alright, cool deck. Pass turn and prepare for your junk to be destroyed. Oh my god, that's a crazy draw. Let's go Draco back here. Target the back row. Fateful. Grab Wandering Griffin Rider. Pitch Kashtira. Activate. Summon. And it doesn't actually matter that we're fucking terrible at Yu-Gi-Oh! Because we've got the Junk Destroyer. Let's do the lethal with the Junk Destroyer. He's earned it. Oh, no, thank you. I don't need a card. No. Bada bing. Quick Draw Synchron still undefeated in the year of our Lord 2022. That was a nice one. Thank you, Outback. That was an enjoyable experience. Not often I get to say that about Jank Bank decks. This looks awful. This looks really bad. It really does not look good at all. Oh. What did you think I was going to play, Rebby? I can play something else. This one is stinky. Sulfacord? Oh no, I want to give Sulfacord a fair shake. I love this deck. I think it's really cool. Okay, here we go. And finally, where did you pull this floodgate out of? Oh my god. This is a floodgate you found in a sewer. This is a floodgate Gavin would play on playoffs. Back when we did playoffs. Okay, presenting the worst deck ever conceived, Tyrant's Throws Turbo. The deck revolves around using the Assault combo using Sublimation Knight and the Ignites to end on Goki, Powerload Ogre, and 2 normals. Notably, this does not include Tyrant's Throws. This is what the Pots of Prosperity and the Tyrant's Tirade are for. Come on, dog. Oh, man. So if you're unfamiliar with Tyrant's Throws, it requires you to tribute 2 normal monsters and prevents players from normal or special summoning monsters. Like, that's crazy, of course, but also we have to just nat draw it. Oh, by the way, fun fact. You can see we're playing 3 Landfallinkus, 3 Traffic Ghost, and 3 Berserker of the Tenyi. These aren't normal monsters. They're non-effect monsters, which is different and means that we won't get to tribute them for Tyrant's Throws. This one is terrible. This one is really bad. Do you have any idea how to pilot it? Yeah, they wrote it. What happens if OP is kitted out for Mystic Mine and resolves Cosmic Cyclone? I have no idea what you're saying. Axel Bakery Closer. ABC? Sure. This is full combo. Full combo. No Tyrant's Throws, though. I will not be playing against your Mystic Mine burn list in casual. I appreciate you bringing it. I will not be playing it. This is Burger again! I'm getting bullied by Burger. Though this is full combo. Okay. Normal Sublim. Get Squeak Knight. Now, we do lose to a hand trap. They were very specific. Fuck! Wait, actually, we have an extender. Special Isold. Isold to get any low scale. Okay, we have a 2 and a 2. We actually need a high scale here. Can we activate a high scale? Use Isold to get Reynowed. Dumping Durandal. Use Reynowed to search a high scale. Ignite with Durandal. That's crazy. This is 7, and we just need anyone. Any one of them works. I think Squire is the funniest. I shouldn't have summoned to that zone. That was very stupid. Wow, that was not smart at all. Oh my goodness, I'm so dumb. Whoops. We're going to have to make Landfo here, right? We're going to have to make a second Isold. Ugh. Yeah, we actually can't make Power Load on this board, right? We go Isold, Ignite, Ignite, pop them. Grab another Ignite, 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 summon 1, 2, 3. And we need to keep 2 of them around. Yeah. So we'll just go... We'll just go Landfo. Crusader. Veteran. I guess we might as well, right? We'll grab another just random guy.
Wrong.
Templar. That's funny. Squire. Paladin. Pendulum. 1, 2... What the fuck? Why couldn't we summon this guy? It's the fucking Isold ad. All right, these three are just going to have to make it there. I mean, this is kind of crazy. We have now locked all players out of normal summoning. I mean, this... We're going to get there eventually. He's got 1,200 attack. You know, it's... Burger, we don't have an out to this. Burger, why the fuck would you do this to us? Burger! Or do we have an out? Seen a little 28 over there. We've got a 29 on ours. We have normal monsters. Do you think that... What if you could normal... That's fine. Oh, nice one, dumbass. You fucking moron. Oh my god, you're the stupidest person who ever existed. Get them, my normal monster friends. Oh, Burger. You've made the biggest mistake since Alfred Hamburger invented the burger. And now you're going to pay with your life. You know what that move was for my opponent? That was the classic Tyrant's Throw, if you know what I'm saying. It's over. We can summon our normal monsters. All of our normal monsters. To the battle phase. Defeat my disgusting Bulgarian opponent. This, actually, I take back everything bad I said about it. It's the greatest deck ever. Thank you to Outback Yu-Gi-Oh! For the... What the fuck is this? Thank you, Outback Yu-Gi-Oh! For the Modern Edison list. Thank you to iPhones for the Ignite Tyrants Throws Turbo list. And... Wait. Rebecca was the Volcanic Runic list. Rebby was the Volcanic Runic list. I'm sorry. I talk so much shit on it, and she's in chat. And I will continue to do so. That list was ass. Burger is here. Burger subscribed. Whoa, Burger. Thank you for those games. Ruxin is here too. Oh, hey, Ruxin, what's up? We're just solving the metagame. All right, Vlad, are you here? That's it. That's Jank Bank. Pa, 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 pa. Go get him, Tiger. Whoopsh, whoopsh. Where's Junior? Who knows? All right, I mean, I don't really know. You all know who's going to be on Junior Journey, right? It's the fucking Duelist Alliance episode. Burning Abyss is playable. That's right, Simo. But he's moving, so we're planning around him. No way, Farfa versus Simo. Yeah. Where are you moving Simo to? I'm moving you out of this chat. That's what I have to say. Like a long, low fart. Bum bum beedum bum beedum bum. Okay. I am gonna take a quick little rest. Go take a big old pissaroni. And then we are going to react to the Act Man video. I know that you all wanted me to react to the Act Man video, so we will react to the Act Man video. See you in a sec. Marvel Snap! I'm just still thinking about that magic jammer. I'm still thinking about the magic jammer. All right, so we are going to watch a video on the Act Man. Now, if you're unfamiliar with the Act Man, it's like a YouTube channel, and their like gimmick is that they're acting, right? Like, so for everyone, they're like being an actor. Get it? That's the Playoffs is on hiatus. No, we keep trying to film it. I don't know what's going on. So let's see what he's got.
Long ago.
Okay, so this video is called "Why Was Yu-Gi-Oh so awesome and what happened to it?" So the answer to this question is nothing. It's still around. It's one of the top 3 card games played worldwide. It might even be in the top 2. You know, it is a massively beloved franchise and game. However,
when the pyramids were still young, grade school children played a game of great and terrible power. But these Yu-Gi-Oh duels erupted into chaos as nobody could agree what the rules were.
That's always what happened. Okay, so I'm just going to stop here real quick. Why is every child dumb? I knew how to play Yu-Gi-Oh when I was like 8. The same with Pokemon. I read the rule book and I knew how to play it. Why was every person I talked to was like, we didn't really know how to play. We just liked the art. No, I knew how to play. You all are dumb.
Until the great and powerful 6th grader locked away his card collection, imprisoning it within the 9 Millennium shoeboxes. Now, 5,000 years later...
Oh. Bleak Halloween costume here. Oof.
Later, a boy named Actio has unlocked the shoeboxes and rediscovered the lost card game of his childhood. For destiny has chosen him to explain why it was so awesome, just as the brave 6th grader did 5,000 years ago.
Oh wow, this is still going. This is like the highest budget intro to a YouTube video I've ever seen. What the fuck was that? Okay, it's all his thumbs. Jesus. Oh, it's still going. Okay, well, this, I imagine, is his other videos.
It's time to do.
Somebody help him. Help to the hospital.
Still in the intro.
What's up, duelists? This is the Act Man here, and today...
Okay, so I have never watched a video by the Act Man. What's his deal? Is this like someone trying to channel like how the angry video game nerd talked in like 2009? What's the... He's racist? I'm pretty sure you're lying, Rebby, but I can't really disprove you. He's like, His videos are about how things used to be good. That's the whole thing.
It's time to discuss my favorite trading card game, Harry Potter.
Oh, he's transphobic. By the way, does anyone want to fucking go? Anyone want to fucking fight Harry Potter style? See if I got it on me. Where did I put these? It's under my YouTube trophy. YouTube gave me a trophy for being a fucking homo. Alright, here's what I got. We can go anytime you all want. Any fucking time, any fucking day. We got Harry the Seeker. You know what? Actually, let me increase the size on this. We got Harry the Seeker. This is unsurprisingly mono Quidditch control. We have, these are the decks that I built for Jillian and I based on what was available on Troll and Toad. She has Hermione Granger, and it's it's Charms Potions. Oh no, I have Draco Malfoy and it's Charms Potions. She has Hermione Granger and it's CMC. What is it? CMC Transfiguration? Yeah, that's it. First Ed, Harry? I mean, I don't think so. I don't think these cards have First Eds. You should be bullied eternally. Sorry, Rebby. I know this is a little out of your purview, but I really like card games. My wife, in like 2015, really liked Harry Potter. So I thought it would be fun for us to play a game together with the person we loved, and it was. I know it's a little shocking. Sorry, we can't brick on volcanics in this game. Anyway, no, I played a lot of the Harry Potter card game. I would like to play anytime anyone's down. I think there's some interesting stuff in it. Unfortunately, I can't really find any of the cards on resale sites because, for obvious reasons.
I summoned Hagrid in attack position. Look, I even did my hair for you.
Hold up. What's going on with the audio? It's like very tinny, right?
Why don't we go out anymore? You used to take me to Dance Dance Revolution all the time, and now you... With all the epic moments in the anime, iconic monsters, and that legendary art style, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is certainly a once-in-a-millennium franchise. This
is just a video from 2015 that escaped into 2022. This is incredible.
The largest Millennium Puzzle necklace I could get. I did.
We all have this necklace, by the way.
Did my best, okay? No! My Beaver Warrior! But I don't need to tell you that. Just look at its sales. You ever hear of a cardboard company making over $10 billion?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess cardboard is actually quite the booming industry. Despite my rose-tinted glasses, I can't deny that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is both the...
He put on glasses and then he put rose on it.
Dumbest and coolest card game ever made.
Fighting words. You just described the Harry Potter card game.
Am I supposed to be scared to attack? Well, only if destroying an innocent soul concerns you.
Wait a minute. Is this the one joke from Yu-Gi-Oh! That we get to hear?
Nah. As the president of a major corporation, I have to do that every day.
This is not in the video. No, there's no shot.
You know a game's complex when the characters spend half of every episode explaining what their cards do and making up rules as they go along.
So this is true, and one of the big failures of Reigns is that so much of the episode is dedicated to reading the text on the cards. But
My pot of greed! This lets me draw 2 cards!
Oh, so that's what it does. I had no idea.
Pot of greed lets me draw 2 cards from...
Rada will burn in hell for millions of years. Tomorrow, Rada could announce that, you know, through his scientific research, he's invented a cure for all disease, and he will still spend an eternity damned for making one pot of greed joke once and saying it's Morbin time. The sole progenitor of the 2 most beat to fucking death memes on the planet.
My deck.
I heard you the first time, actually.
Pot of greed. It allows me to draw
All right, I
2
get
new
it.
cards to refresh my hand.
You don't have to keep
it allows
explaining
me to draw 2 more cards.
this card.
All right, so these are from different episodes, is why it's like this.
So I can draw
You
2
can stop.
cards.
This lets me draw 2 more cards.
Quit it!
So I draw 2 cards.
What does pot of greed do again? And yet, because of its absurd complexity, there are countless...
This is the shibboleth for people who play Yu-Gi-Oh! Is seeing people complain about the fast effect timing chart. You just see this shit on screen and you go, oh, so you're a dummy. This is not a hard concept. This is... You can do this in 30 seconds. Ready? So... When an action is taken in Yu-Gi-Oh!, you identify if it immediately causes a triggered effect to activate. Afterwards, you both have the opportunity to activate a fast effect. If you decline to do so, you move back to an open game state where the turn player retains priority. There you go.
methods to pull some sick combo on your unsuspecting opponent.
Activate. 3 blasting the ruin.
What is going on? This is just literally a video from 2011. There's gonna be a fucking Slaydra vine in here.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is such a broad topic with the anime, the massive changes between the Japanese and English dubs, the somewhat forgotten Season 0. Yu-Gi-Oh's history spans over 20 years, so it'd be a monumental task to try and cover everything about it in one video. So I won't. So the main focus of today is going to be on the trading card game Duel Monsters. And anytime you say Duel Monsters, you have to kind of put on an epic voice. You can't just say Duel Monsters.
What am I doing wrong? 1.64 million subs.
No, it's Duel Monsters. Now that we got the field set up, what was it about Yu-Gi-Oh that made it so
You're too
cool?
niche.
How
Yeah,
did
yeah.
Duel Monsters succeed
My life is making this video every week until I explode.
and hasn't lost some of that initial cool factor that made it so appealing in the first place? Why was Yu-Gi-Oh so awesome? And what happened to it? Now, you can't talk about the game without...
That was the transition. That's like my transition. Sorry, rephrasing that real quick. Those are like transitions from my videos.
Mentioning the anime. Long story short, the small kid named Yugi gets bullied a lot because he doesn't have green hair. He lives in a world where everyone has ridiculous haircuts, and eventually he obtains and solves the Millennium Puzzle. Yugi then absorbs the soul of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh named Atem and gets an alter ego.
Just like throws it out, huh?
Yami Yugi.
And together the two run amok within society by challenging people of questionable morals to a game of chance, and then if they
That's Tetsu Trudge, right?
lose, killing them, banishing their soul to eternal damnation in the Shadow Realm. Wait, the main character does all this? That's right, the protagonist of Yu-Gi-Oh! Was a mass-murdering vigilante.
This is just amazing. It's like people... every time I hear about this, you know, people are like, the protagonist was killing people? Yeah. What do you think every protagonist in every story ever does? Me, like, watching Star Wars. Wait, Han Solo just shoots someone? And we're supposed to root for him? Yeah.
Now that's fucking badass. But what we got here in America was the pussy version of Yu-Gi-Oh! The show, as the company responsible for the English dub for kids insisted on removing anything remotely related to religion, sex, titties, basically anything cool. They censored Taya going to the bathroom.
Do you want that? Did you want that one?
Why?
Some of the
No!
things were very obscure that they would censor. They would censor like midriff, stuff like that. It's just, it's interesting because people don't realize that as kids because it's like the first time you've seen it, and you might be wondering like, what's going on?
If we get a
some people have
Vine, then
guns
I'll
pointed to
feel
their head,
good about
but
it.
they're just holding nothing.
Okay, I did know he was in this video. Why is he in this video? Sladra does not play Yu-Gi-Oh! Asian Ice has not played fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! Since Don Juan kicked him out of locals.
Yeah, they're pretending like they have guns.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't move a muscle or we'll shoot you with our invisible guns.
And in America, we didn't even get Season 0, probably because the series at this point had very little to do with Duel Monsters.
He's cooler than you? Well, he can tell me that at the next YCS. I'll bring Mystic Mine.
And instead focused on ironic and dangerous games of chance.
Pre-watched? Okay, so I scrubbed through it to see who made it in.
Can't make a card game out
I have
of.
not watched it.
Most times the antagonist would end up cheating and a 10 would be like, I knew you wouldn't play by the rules. You know, one of his teachers was kind of a bitch and obsessed with her beauty, so as punishment
Why
for
are we
cheating in the
pretending
Shadow
that, like,
game, a
Season
10
0
made her
was
face
Duel
crack
Monsters?
and fall apart every time
Why are
she
we like,
felt
oh,
pain.
you know?
A dude who held Taya hostage at gunpoint failed the Shadow game and was doomed to believe he's on fire for all eternity. Damn, dude. Don't fuck with Yugi's chick. So, pretty hardcore stuff, right? But somewhere along the line, it was decided that all these unique Shadow games would morph into one, played with cards, monsters, and...
Now, why was that? Well, the short answer is that in one Shadow game, he played a ripoff of Magic the Gathering that got immensely popular. Let's see if that comes up.
Real magic. Whether or not the anime was just a vessel to sell trading cards, I can't say. But a major reason Yu-Gi-Oh! Was so awesome is its premise. You're reliving ancient Egyptian battles in games of life and death. And if you lose...
Looks like you're going to the...
Dire... scrap the next fucking Twitter thread. We're just making this type of video from now on.
The Shadow Realm, Jimbo.
Did you know there was a series called 5Ds where the main characters all dueled while writing?
No! Fuck, dude. Card games on motorcycles is a cogent critique in the year 2009 for 3 months. 1.64 million subscribers.
Riding motorcycles? Yes, like, this was real.
Yeah, we liked it a lot. It was really cool. Did you know that these kids explored their feelings through physical representations called AT fields? Did you know that they were actually piloting mechas that were their dead mothers?
Card games on motorcycles.
No, we're not doing the fucking abridged.
Motorcycle!
Like,
I'm
how do you even
breaking
handle a
this
deck
spacebar.
on a fucking motorcycle? Wouldn't the cards just fly everywhere? What's the actual advantage of... You know what?
Because it's cool. No.
I've got too many questions. I suppose I should explain how Yu-Gi-Oh! Is played for all you heathens that are unaware.
Because I figure, if there is intelligent life out
We're
there,
just throwing
then
clips
let's
in.
teach them how to duel.
We're just throwing clips in
On
here.
paper, it seems pretty...
Like, how can you get away with a video like this anymore? Master Duel has, like, 1 million players. All right? How can you get away with a video like this? Everyone knows that it's wrong because they've played Master Duel recently.
straightforward. Each player has 8,000 or 4,000 life points, and whoever runs out first loses. Monsters are the main form of attack and
Junior Journey reference!
defense. Spells usually have some positive benefit for you, while traps act as traps for your opponent.
You triggered my trap card!
To me, like, that's almost like indicative of what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is.
Okay, Team APS made it in.
Is like
Paul APS. Fucking Sans Undertale looking ass.
You've activated my trap card, right? Like, you don't just get to, like, do your turn and then freeze and, like, nothing else happens. It's like, you know, you've activated my trap. I use this. I use that, you know. You thought type of, you know, those sort of comebacks.
You thought. Yeah.
Yeah.
You thought. I'm a part of this too, remember?
Yeah, you thought.
There's a lot more to it than that, but Duel Monsters was all about building a deck of 40 or more cards that synergize and create.
What is Paul going to possibly talk about? What on earth could Paul add to this video?
Create a cohesive strategy. You know, come to think of it, why does the society resolve all their personal disputes by playing a children's card game? You know what? Doesn't matter. Because what does matter is that Pegasus stole Grandpa Moto's soul, okay? And we're getting it back. So, okay, we got this cool idea around losing and gaining life points with monsters. What sorts of mechanics can we build around that?
Why are we using, what is this, Legacy of the Duelist Link Evolution?
Too many mechanics is the answer.
You don't think the game needs more methods of summoning?
Oh, certainly not. Anything but that.
Yeah.
Now, to understand where I'm...
That was the fade. Whoa. Whoa.
Coming from with my critiques and praise for the game, I should tell you my experience first. I have a confession to make, and I think I owe you all some honesty.
I have a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Huh? Wait, now I'm confused again.
Unfortunately, no, I am not a virgin. I hope you can accept me into your ranks despite that.
I discovered Yu-Gi-Oh! At the best time possible, while in the 4th grade, must have been 2003. It was the point where, you know, I was starting to distance myself from the things I thought were too kiddie for me. So at that point, Pokemon just wasn't cutting it for me. I needed something to fill the bottomless trap hole inside me.
I get
so
it.
why was Yu-Gi-Oh! Worthy? Why is it something I'm still spending money on, collecting, and talking about? Because Yu-Gi-Oh! Never stopped being cool. They
Okay.
just made a bunch of new stuff that was lame as fuck.
Hasta la vista, baby!
When you
We're just moving on. We're moving on.
think of Yu-Gi-Oh, what are the iconic cards, monsters, and
We're moving on.
images that
We're
come
just
to your
moving
head,
on.
like, immediately?
Iconic cards.
The cards that come
Fucking Sladra doesn't know a card printed in the last 3 years. What?
to mind more for me are things like, you know, the Monarch monsters.
You gotta go with like the
What? I did know Doug was in this.
OGs, right? Blue Eyes, Dark Magician, Red Eye.
Doug understands the assignment, all right? He's like, what are the iconic monsters? Paul's like, oh, well, I always thought the Monarchs were very iconic. You know, they were like staples of competitive play for like almost half a decade. Really
Monarch
powerful stuff. And of course, the 2016,
monsters.
Doug goes, the Blue Eyes White Dragon. The Dark Magician.
I go with like the OGs, right? Blue Eyes, Dark Magician, Red Eyes. People still think about these to this day.
People just immediately think, oh, that's the game with blue eyes. That's like the Yu-Gi-Oh! Charizard.
What is Farfa going to contribute to this video? I am now very interested.
And then there's like Dark Magician.
He has never let me down.
100% Blackluster Soldier Envoy at the beginning.
He's got to have a Vine about fucking BLS.
I would just throw that card in, no matter what the deck was, even if it was like a water deck.
He does?
Because it was just that
Find
good.
it.
You know, like Breaker the Magical Warrior, Spirit Reaper, Sangan, Witch of the Black Forest.
Paul is just naming the good cards. Paul's like, yeah, you know, you may not have, you know.
A lot of people will go with the classic like Pot of Greed, things like Monster Reborn, Blue Eyes, Red Eyes, Jinzo even.
Maybe for me though, it actually would be Exodia.
Exodia!
Doug, he just really understands what he's doing here.
Obliterate!
Like that card a lot. It's iconic. I think a lot of people outside of Yu-Gi-Oh know about it. Exodia is a big one, definitely.
I think altogether, like, that is the poster for the game, without a doubt.
These weren't Pokemon, they were monsters. This wasn't a game of cute little animals smacking each other. No, bitch, you think Summon Skull is gonna show you mercy?
Here's what I've got. The mighty Summoned Skull!
The art of the cards, pun intended, is what initially caught my eye.
Okay, I get it.
I didn't know anything about how to play the game. All I knew was there were dope monsters with kick-ass names and gorgeous holographic backgrounds right in front of me, and I wanted them. The imposing presence of Jinzo, the mysterious horror of Relinquished, and the badass armor of the Blackluster Soldier.
Okay, even as a kid, I was not excited about Blackluster Soldier, and no one I knew was.
Egyptian god cards, Exodia, a monster so powerful, it's illegal to play him. All of it was etched into my mind. You know, there's a reason cards like Blue Eyes White Dragon, Dark Magician, Jinzo, and Hungry Burger all became iconic staples.
This is, for everyone who finds this bit cringe, you were all doing this bit on Yu-Gi-Oh! Anon fucking 2 months ago.
It's why there are also unironic tier lists rating the Dark Magician Girl card art. I think some of you have taken things a bit too far.
CBRS.
The card game sold because of the anime, and people watched the anime because of the card game. You know, kids wanted to roleplay as Joey Wheeler and get his structure deck, throw out Time Wizard and Red Eyes Black
continue to
Dragon.
roleplay as
or
Joey
they wanted
Wheeler.
to play as Pegasus and summon Relinquished and all his wacky toon monsters. That's
I don't
not
wanna
to say
summon
every
that
card
shit.
was a slapper in the art department.
None of these cards are TCG legal. None of the cards you are seeing exist.
I mean, Griggle and Firegrass, and my personal favorite, Bat.
Bat does not exist.
Yeah, just Bat. A lot of monsters released very early on are pretty gross to look at, but in some ways I felt that like disgusting, kind of spooky, scary look fit the dark theme of the story's plot.
What is going on here? It's like a 1 second fade to black.
Initially, dueling monsters wasn't rocket science, but apparently that's what it's turned into. Last year, after not playing the Pokemon card game for probably 18 years, I got back into it, and what I expected was to be blindsided by all sorts of crazy new mechanics, and I thought the pace of the game would have catapulted up to Sonic levels of super speed.
And it has.
In reality, it took 20 minutes for me to relearn the rules and understand the new types of cards. If you tried coming back to Yu-Gi-Oh! After taking an 18-year break, you got no chance.
I knew it! I was pausing here to say, will we see Nirvana High Paladin? Legitimately was about to pause, say, will we see Nirvana High Paladin? Oh my god. This is, oh man. This is, wow. This is like the, you know, the like screaming SJW that like your uncle posted memes about for all of 2016, 17, and 18. This is that, but for Yu-Gi boomers.
What is that?
What is that? I don't know. Don't worry, it's bad.
What the fuck is that?
The amount of new mechanics and stuff you gotta learn just to competently play will make your head spin.
Where are you finding that?
That's another thing too, is like, you know, modern Yu-Gi-Oh! The power level of it is extremely high. There's been a lot of power creep in this game, and
Correct.
people sometimes try to get back into it, and they're like, hey, can I play the same deck I played in like 2010 or something?
No,
It's
certainly
like, no,
not.
You can't.
True, not true for any card game.
And I mean, that deck might have new support by today's standards, but like still just the stuff that was good even just a few years ago isn't at all competitive today.
How did this simple game of strategy turn into a fucking Einstein project?
Time. Also, wait, hold up. An Einstein project? Sorry, what is that line? How did this simple game of strategy turn into an Einstein project? Like a project that Einstein made?
First, I'd like to dispel the myth that Yu-Gi-Oh! Never had balancing problems.
Let's dispel the myth that Barack Obama knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. What was
The game was flawed from the
let's
start,
dispel the
okay?
fiction.
Although monsters were divided by type, attribute, and level, whether or not they were good usually came down to two things. How high is its attack?
Very true.
How many tributes does it require? Level 4
That
monsters
one
don't
actually
need a
is true.
tribute, level 5 and 6 require 1, and anything above that, 2.
My grandpa's deck has no pathetic cards, Kaiba.
Except for all the 4-star monsters that aren't Lejin, the mystical genie of the lamp.
That was correct. All right. Okay, we got one. All right. Let's keep going.
The best normal summon monster was Hitatsumi Giant at one point. Then it was Lajin, Mechanical Chaser, Gemini Elf, Alexandrite Dragon. Keep in mind, in the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh, monsters with effects were pretty uncommon, and the ones that did have effects, often they were so bad it wasn't worth
I mean, not by the time fucking Alexandrite came out.
Using them. So even as a child, I knew it was stupid that some cards were just arbitrarily better than others for no discernible reason.
No! My Beaver Warrior!
Look at a card as badass.
That's true. See, but this is true. Yeah, this is actually this is an interesting direction to take. Is like, it's not exciting if it's just the same card with different numbers on it. That's why effects
Serpent
happen,
Night
and that's
Dragon.
why cards
Yet
do different
it's completely
things.
useless. Why not put Red Eyes in your deck instead? Well, wait a minute. Why use Red Eyes when Dark Magician is better? Well, hold on. Why would you use Dark Magician when Blue Eyes White Dragon is the best 2-tribute monster? Looking back, it's clear the anime had a huge influence on the card game itself, but they couldn't just copy the rules from the anime because the rules made no sense.
Yugi's dragon is no match for my great moth, and none of his land monsters have the ability to attack me in the air!
What are you talking about? They just gave normal monsters effects that were convenient for the situation they were in, which is certainly a lot more interesting than characters saying, haha, my monster has higher attack. Bye. When watching Season 0 for the first time, I thought it was interesting the idea of the board affecting the attack and defense stats of...
What? Why in Season 0? This shit happens all through duel monsters.
A monster. Like, if you summoned a winged beast in the mountainous area, it would gain attack. It's funny how this mechanic that was introduced in Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 0 didn't actually make it to the card game until Link Monsters came out. When there are so many rules, mechanics, and nuances to the game, it's impossible to properly balance over 12,000 different cards.
That's true.
Especially when all it takes is for 2 of those cards used together to break the game.
Because if you just sort of like dump someone into 2022 Yu-Gi-Oh! And you just say, here, take this starter deck or structure deck and like go to locals and figure it out, it's like hell on earth.
Certainly true for every game, but yeah, uniquely for Yu-Gi-Oh! We do actually. Our new player experience is fucking terrible.
Like, I mean, you know, there's so many things, so many nitpicky rulings, so many crazy decks that would just overwhelm you. And I think like Yu-Gi-Oh! Doesn't
that's true.
Really have a format that is
new user friendly.
Yeah, new user friendly. Yeah.
Point is, Yu-Gi-Oh! Was always flawed.
Okay, so this is the same guy that's interviewing Apps, right? It's interviewing Paul Apps. He's shaving between them. Is that what's going on?
And I loved it regardless. But when a monster's usability is mostly determined by one stat, well,
all right, I'm losing it. Let me get a fade to
over.
black.
And
Can we get a fade to
over.
black, please?
Power creep did.
There we
The nice
go.
thing about
It's not a fade. It's a cut to black and then a fade in.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is any complaints I have with the game aren't really that important. Just because Konami releases a set of cards that I think are really busted or stupid or I don't want to be fucked to read them.
Whoa,
Releases
DJ, run that shit back.
a set of cards that I think are really busted.
Really busted. Really busted. Really busted. This motherfucker lost to a junior journey looking ass deck. This motherfucker played against broke boy Danny. Oh my goodness gracious.
Or stupid or
what's the problem with this deck?
I don't want to be fucked to read them.
Well, don't worry, you don't have to read this one.
Well, that doesn't change how me and my buddies play the game. You know, I'll be like, hey Roman, can you not play with any pendulum cards? Thank you. So if I start ass blasting duel monsters, then just know I love Yu-Gi-Oh! And that will never change.
He shaved in between this take and the previous take. How could there have been so many takes that he's got 3 different amounts of hair on his face through them? This is crazy, right? I'm out of... Right?
You know, I'll be like, hey Roman, can you? Then just know I love Yu-Gi-Oh!
Was he doing that? Was he doing takes for 14 hours?
And that will never change. With that being said, holy fuck, the game mechanics have been power crept. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has gone up to 11 so hard.
I don't know what you're talking about. Fusion's still crazy.
I don't even know where to start with this.
Would you say
Look at this! It looks like a different guy!
power creep is kind of evened out now?
I don't know, like, because we're currently in a format in the TCG where like power creep has gotten pretty out of hand. So that's where it's like, it kind of comes in waves, you know. You'll have like lulls, you'll have high points of power creep. I think right now, specifically, power creep is a bit out of hand.
What drew me to Yu-Gi-Oh was the creativity, and like I like playing against my opponent. He makes this card. What can I do to deal with this? But now modern Yu-Gi-Oh is you make enough cards to say this card negates and destroys my opponent's effect. You make
Just like not true. I mean, obviously Slager does not play Yu-Gi-Oh anymore. So, you know, obviously just he doesn't know what he's talking about, but literally not true. Look at his username. Oh, hilarious. Ha 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 ha. It's funny because it's like, oh, he's being edgy. Oh, he's not being edgy. He had G-Hopper on his fucking channel day one out.
Make 6 of those, and it doesn't matter. Like,
oh, that's really cool. That's definitely what all decks do. Hey, how many negates does Tier put up? Would you count Rukalos as a negate? If so, 1.
you could be the best player in the world. It doesn't matter how good you are. You cannot outplay certain mechanics of the game. Certain things will just say you can't special summon. Doesn't matter. You can take the worst player, give him that one Yu-Gi-Oh card, and like even if he's brand new to the game, he can activate that, and it's game over.
Oh, wait, so I don't get it. Wait, if you're brand new, you can't possibly win a game, or if you're brand new, he can activate a card and it's game over automatically.
No, maybe the problem is the business model. How do we sell new cards? Just make them better than the old ones.
Yeah.
It's the same problem
Yes.
MMORPGs have, where a new expansion has to increase the power level somehow, otherwise why buy it?
Man, I was trying to react to fucking Ackman. I ended up reacting to Slager. I mean, the Ackman's in the right here. This is the correct position.
This goes back to the fact that this game is exceptionally old, and when you have a game
Right,
that is
Farfo.
running for 15, 20 years plus, how do you sell your new product? Well, I mean, you
Yeah.
have to make and create new cards that are enticing and interesting for people to want to play. Well, naturally, if there's no end point where you just keep making slightly more powerful cards, 5 more iterations of Raigeki, you're just going to end up with these ridiculously overpowered cards.
If only there was a way we could curb the power level of the current format. Some way. Alas.
That just trump them in every way
He's wearing the fucking Palestine shirt, by the way.
possible.
Pot of Super Greed, draw 3 cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty bad example because Pot of Greed would still be extremely good, but yeah, sure.
Pretty much, right?
Looking back at Pokemon and from what I know of Magic the Gathering, the amount of things you can do in a turn is limited by resources. Yu-Gi-Oh!
True.
Isn't
True.
like this.
I will now initiate a pendulum.
Okay, so it is like this. It's just the resources that you're managing differ from game to game, right? It's not like you can be assured that your opponent's going to run out of mana at some point every single game. It's a different resource every game, you know? Like, Tearlament is trying to manage names, you know, among other things. Flu is trying to manage, like, copies of Barrier Statue, right?
Summon! Pendulum? I will now place 2 monsters in my pendulum zone, and I can summon 5 monsters at once!
That's 4 monsters.
What the fuck?
There
That video just...
is no limit to the number of monsters you can summon, cards you can search from your deck, cards you can get.
This deck was legal in 2013. In fact, actually, this deck was never legal because I'm seeing Graceful Charity in it.
Back from your graveyard to your hand, or cards that you can fusion and special summon and do all this crazy shit. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has gotten to a point where so much shit is happening, you can end up having 15-minute long turns.
That is true.
Where someone goes through half of their deck, has 10 cards in the graveyard, and like 8 cards in their hand, 5 monsters on the field on the first turn. And they all have effects that negate other effects. So
Hey, that is... You can.
your opponent is basically locked out of playing, which is the most unfun thing that can happen in Yu-Gi-Oh! This is why everybody hated the Yada lock, because it just locked you out from playing the game. That's not fun.
Yu-Gi-Oh's gotten to the point literally where your whole goal turn 1 is literally to make it so your opponent cannot Yu-Gi-Oh.
That's just not remotely true. That's not remotely true right now. God, it is... There have been formats where that's been like a decent criticism. That has not remotely been true for the last 2.5 years,
And it's
at
a
least.
very interesting design decision. I mean, this is even at the highest level of competitive.
I can't play my deck.
Highest fucking level of competitive.
I can't go into my edge deck. If I try and play with just my cards in
Herald, yeah, Herald VFD. I say would be the last time, yeah.
my hand, you just negate them. And I just sat here for 10-15 minutes waiting for you to just set that up.
So Konami kept increasing the power level and utility of cards in a new set, but then the one after has to be slightly more powerful, and then the one after that. And when you keep that mindset for over 20 years, well, it certainly explains the state of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! If you try to duel a modern deck with something in GOAT format, it would go something like this.
The GOAT format deck wins because it's playing a deck with an 80% FTK rate.
So I'm going to sacrifice the legendary fisherman to summon the legendary fisherman number 3, which banishes all of your monsters. It banishes all of them? Okay, so then I'm going to activate Mirror Force since you attack and destroy it. He can't be destroyed by spells or traps. What? Alrighty then, I special summon Blue Eyes to attack your legendary fisherman. He can't be destroyed by battle.
Someone has ruined this man's day with the legendary fisherman. Was it Alan of Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro Deck fame? You can see like the seething hatred of the legendary fisherman creep out here. Who did it? Whose?
So then I use compulsory evacuation device to return him to your hands. He is unaffected by all spells and traps. Okay, so I'm gonna punch you in the mouth and then I'm gonna flip this table over.
If I were to explain all the rules to Yu-Gi-Oh,
Fisherman hate.
we'd be here for the next millennium. And that's the problem. Look at the official beginner's guide for Yu-Gi-Oh! It's 30 pages long. The difference is, most turns back in the day it would be like, I draw, I set 2 cards.
No, Danny, I was looking away.
It's 30 pages long. The difference. That's the problem. Look at the for the next
table over.
It was.
If I were to
expected by all spells and traps. Okay, so I'm gonna punch you in the mouth and then I'm gonna flip this table over.
Because he said flip the table over.
If I were to explain all the rules to Yu-Gi-Oh, we'd be here for the next millennium. And that's the problem. Look at the official beginner's guide for Yu-Gi-Oh! It's 30 pages long. The difference is, most turns back in the day it would be like, I draw, I set 2 cards, I summon this monster in attack mode. Any confusions around the rules or what was supposed to happen was usually a result of cards being written vaguely. Now, like I said, what's cool about Yu-Gi-Oh!
Why are we playing so much of Legacy of the Duelist Link Evolution?
Is the wide array of strategies you can use. I activate Mirror Force. Well, I use 7 tools of the Bandit to negate it. Get fucked, nerd. I got an old school Goat Warrior deck, a modern Umi deck. To negate it. Get fucked, nerd. I got an old
Rope of Life, the Shallow Grave, and Goat. Come on now.
School Goat Warrior deck. A modern
Legendary Fisherman 1, 2, Reflex
deck.
Slime, Suijin.
I've assembled all 5 special cards, all 5 pieces of the puzzle.
Hell, you can even make a deck around the god cards now. Now ain't that fucking awesome? So I love coming up with new strats and playstyles. What sucks about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is having to understand all those strats and playstyles.
True.
Okay, so I'm going to discard the left leg of the Forbidden One, and that'll get me the Dark Bribe from my deck. I set Dark Bribe and
This is the Carter Wicks cheat.
face down defense position in the spell and trap zone. When I do that, I get to draw the bottom half of my deck and add it to my hand. I special summon Nimble Momonga in sideways diagonal position, and Witch of the Black Forest in upside down position. I will put Gravity Bind on the field as the field spell card, and then activate Messenger of Peace, which will allow me to get Scapegoat out on the field, and now I can add 1 card from my graveyard.
Can you believe this guy?
To my hand. When the left leg of the Forbidden One is added to my hand by a card effect, I get to add the rest of my deck to my hand. I have now drawn each of the 5 pieces of Exodia. The game is over and I win.
Just look at all the ways there are to summon monsters on the field. Normal, special, set, tribute, flip, fusion, ritual, synchro,
Is he gonna miss one?
Xyz, Pendulum, and Link.
I think he got them all.
You think that's enough?
Look at this. It's a fucking mess.
You gotta keep track of the different phases, when a card can be activated,
On any open game state.
in what order card effects are supposed to happen.
The turn player is the first person who has the ability to activate a card.
To illustrate the unnecessary complexity of duel monsters, here's an example. One of my favorite decks is called Bad Reaction to Samochi.
You better not say a fucking thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! If you're playing this deck. You aren't even playing Yu-Gi-Oh! You're playing Draw Samochi.
Anytime my opponent is supposed to gain life points, I suck that shit right back, and they lose it. In order to make this deck...
So here's what happened on that take. I can use my powers of precognition to determine what happened on this take.
Opponent is supposed to gain life points, I suck that shit right back.
Okay. That's the end of the take. Watching it back, he went, fuck. I suck that shit right back makes it sound like Samochi gives you lifelink. We're going to have to add an additional take where I let you know that it deals damage.
And they lose it. In order to make this deck work, I have to stall for turns. One of the cards I use is Gravity Bind, which prevents monsters level 4 or higher from attacking. But, uh-oh,
I summon a Link monster and an Ixies monster, and neither of these have levels, which means they're completely unaffected by Gravity Bind for some reason. Even when you look at the Ixies cards, it's still got the stars, they're just on the other side, so naturally you'd assume that Gravity Bind would work the same way it always has, because why wouldn't it? So it makes the card
It was printed in 2002.
far less useful in a modern format.
Literally, like, why my Floodgate no work? That's unbelievable. I think that actually Gravity Bind should work even less.
Because Gravity Bind wasn't created with the idea that monsters would at some point just not have levels. Here's another example. Let's say your opponent has a powerful Link monster on the field, and you go, haha, I summon Tsukuyomi, and use its effect.
I summon what?
To flip your Link monster into face-down defense position where I can attack it and destroy it.
That's true.
Nice try, guy. Link monsters can't change their battle positions for any reason. Just last week, I was doing my buddy's Predaplant deck, and a situation occurred that made me want to rip up all my copies of Blue Eyes. I had a monster that couldn't be targeted by other monster effects.
It's a legendary fisherman too! Why are we going through every legendary fisherman?
And in my mind, that meant, okay, you can't single this guy out, legendary fisherman number 2. How naive I was to think it would be.
And by the way, his opponent on Predaplant, that's why Predaplants have featured so heavily in this video.
That simple. If you select a monster with an effect, but your effect doesn't include the word target, then it's not technically targeting and the effect still goes through.
So this is actually very frustrating. I understand this frustration. This is fucking annoying as hell.
What fucking sense does that make?
Yeah.
I pick that monster.
No, the fact that Konami is balancing around cards not targeting, even though they clearly target, is very frustrating.
I use this effect on that monster. I pick it. I target it. When I play a match of dual monsters, what I want to keep track of is what's on the field, what's in my hand, what's in the graveyard.
This was really fucking frustrating in 2012 when problem-solving card text had just been invented and a bunch of cards that targeted didn't say they targeted because they were using old printings because new printings hadn't happened. And some of those cards were meta. And so cards that protected themselves from targeting sometimes worked.
What I don't want is to have to read every single one of my opponent's card effects to make sure it includes the word target. I think too often...
This is Yu-Gi-Oh, by the way.
One of my opponents in my hand, what's in the graveyard?
Okay, ready? This is Yu-Gi-Oh right here.
What I don't want is to have to read every single one of my opponent's card effects.
That's Yu-Gi-Oh.
To make sure it includes the word target. I think too often, duels with newer cards just turn into, like, debates and science projects, or a fucking reading lesson. It's not fun. I guess I wouldn't be so butthurt about new Yu-Gi-Oh cards if my old ones could still compete. Maybe Duel Monsters is meant to be played in formats or eras.
Like that, I think that that's correct. I think that it is frustrating that, like, you are expected to read a shitload of cards every time you play against a new deck. You're expected to comprehend how it will interact with other cards within its archetype, and then intuit like what their game plan is from that direction. I think that sucks. I think that's a huge turnoff to new players because it means like, okay, you've spent 2 hours learning the game, time to spend an hour learning this deck, and then you have to do it for every deck you ever run into.
You know?
Amazing cut, once again.
Reading is fun sometimes.
Wait, was that
It's
a
meant to be
fade?
played in formats or eras, you know?
That was a fade. So we're not smashing to black. We are fading to black and forgot to turn on the fade.
Reading is fun sometimes, but if I'm playing a game for fun, I usually don't like reading. Nothing takes all the emotion and intensity out of a duel with ancient Egyptian...
Gage, I'm sorry, this is an L. Card text is so easy to read when you understand the mechanics, though. I just don't think that that's true. I think that there are a significant amount of cards that are insanely frustrating to read. I mean, the tiers are a great example. Every one of those cards has effects that people just forget constantly, right?
Monsters than having to stop and read a 5-paragraph...
Very first line of card on the text, you know, exactly.
...effect. There's actually a graph showing that the average word count in card effects has gone from 19 to 74.
Yeah. No, that's insane, for sure.
The average words in a card effect. That's what 20 years of power creep does. But hold on, why the drastic increase? Well, the main problem with balancing dual monsters comes down to one simple fact. Card advantage is the most important thing, and it always has been.
I'm sorry, my brain has just done the equivalent of glazing over. What are we talking about? Why are we here? There's no, like, through line to this video.
Therefore, you need cards that do more things. It's why people that play Delinquent Duo deserve to get run over. Forcing your opponent to discard with little downsides is absolutely crippling, and it's also why Part of Greed is overpowered in Yu-Gi-Oh!, whereas in Pokemon, the same card isn't.
No. I mean, there's just no way, right? Bill? Why do you think Bill... What? Bill was insane! Bill now is ass. Is it a supporter? Yeah, then it's ass.
I think there's a couple of aspects that Yu-Gi-Oh cards like really struggle with. Number one, it's the power creep and making sure that cards are strong enough. And how do you do that? Well, usually just the more they do, the better.
Oh God, hate to do this. God, I miss N.
Of a card it is, right? A card with 3 effects is sometimes just gonna probably statistically just be better than a card with 1 effect.
So in the olden days, spells, traps, and effect monsters could usually do 1 or 2, maybe 3 things tops in a single turn, and that was it. So Yu-Gi-Oh had a lot of really cool spells and traps and monsters with elaborate effects. As long as they could only do a couple of things, it wasn't that hard to memorize. A wall of text on Black Luster Soldier might seem daunting to read, but in reality, 1/3 of the effect is just the summoning requirements. The 2 effects
I wonder if that still happens.
BLS has can't be activated on the same turn.
Okay, so for what it's worth, I do think every card should have a hard limit of 2 effects. I don't think they're printing cards with 5 effects now. No reason for that to exist.
Same thing with Relinquished, what I call the first novel card. But now in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, that's like every single card. For some reason, every card has to do 4 different things, even the commons.
Yeah, it's a tough sell. Like,
Listen, every
I've never seen this card. Is this a real card?
Novel card. But now in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, that's like every single card. For some reason,
Chaotic Sea Gustav Dragon? I've never seen this card. Hold on, I'm looking it up. Okay, well, it's not in fucking Edo, but it could be. Is that the OCG name? It's fake. Oh, Rebby says, this is real. I play it. Thanks,
every
Rebby.
card has to do.
All right, what does it do? Must be first be special summoned from your extra deck by banishing the above cards you from your field.
Do 4 different things, even the commons.
Yeah, it's a tough sell. Like, are you ready to sit here and read all these cards and memorize all these effects and like all the kind of nitpicky writing that?
Yeah, I mean, this is frustrating. So here's where I would say is the consequence of sort of the gauge understanding of cards, right? Yes, reading the card does explain everything the card does. But because so many cards rely on context and enable a further play down the line, there's no way you can understand what your opponent is doing when they activate a card, right? If you activate Polymerization to fuse into a Kit Kalos, you never would. But if you activate Polymerization to fuse into a Kit Kalos, you know, how is your opponent supposed to intuit that's what you're doing? Like, how are they supposed to know what that card is going to do when it hits the field, you know? I wish there was a way to communicate it. Oh, we have found it. This card's awful. Nadir Servant, I think, is the best possible example of this. Nadir Servant does not explain a single goddamn thing that's about to happen to you.
It's bussy, right? Like, you know, whether or not this has a semicolon
What
or
did
not.
he just say? It's bussy?
All the kind of nitpicky writing that gets it's bussy, right? Like, you know, whether or not this has these effects and like all the kind of nitpicky writing that gets it's bussy, right? Like, you know, whether or not this has a semicolon
It's
or not.
bussy?
Everything with the effect.
So many cards have interchangeable effects.
All right, let me
that
get a fade.
all
Come on.
Morph together. They'll do something when added to your hand, when you summon it, when it goes to the graveyard. Then you can banish
This card has 1 effect.
it from the graveyard to do something else. None of these are a problem on their own, but when combined as often as they are, it just becomes a fucking nightmare. And then it's like, I'm not sure when this endless combo my opponent is playing is ever going to end, so I don't even know when to activate my traps.
My fucking god, when will it end? Honestly, you're gonna have no cards by the time your turn is over. Is that what you're trying to do? Yo, wake me up when this shit's over.
That's another thing. Power creep progressed so far that at one point, traps and flip effect monsters were considered too slow to play.
Yeah, that point was 2002, you dumb fuck. I'm sorry, that's me. They were certainly good then. But that point was what? 2010 at least. That's when we all decided traps sucked. 2013 for sure. Flip monsters were just never good, right? GOAT was the last time flip monsters were good, right?
A third of the game is too slow to be played. What? So they had to come
A
up
third
with
of the
hand
game
traps.
is too
Basically,
slow.
traps you activate from the hand. And that's the thing. Hand trap, that doesn't even make sense. You have to lay a trap before it can activate. That's why you had to put it down and you couldn't activate it at the same turn.
We don't. They're not literally traps.
You were laying a trap. You want to talk?
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about real quick. Traps are great, because if you're going second and you draw them, you set them. And then you go, and they go okay, attack, and you go it's teak boo. You lose your board.
About card text, take a look at this asshole. Endy Mai on the mighty.
Who's who of dumbasses? I'll be the first to say that this card has too many effects. That's true. But come on.
Master of Magic.
What the fuck is that?
We already did that joke, actually. We did that joke already.
They had to sacrifice a fifth of the card art just to add more effects. It's like every card turned into a Bible passage or something.
Wow, that's a lot of words.
So look, this has 1, 2, 3 effects. Should have 2 effects. Again, 2 effect thesis.
Too bad I'm not reading them.
This is the perfect example of what I'm talking about. If you boil this card down, it has a summoning requirement. It has 2 effects when it's summoned, and 2 effects while it's on the field, and an effect when it goes to the graveyard. 1 card. Effects while it's on the field, and an effect when it goes to the graveyard. 1 card that does 5 things. 5 effects to the graveyard.
Well, summoning... Wait, what? Oh, he's counting different phrases of the first effect as effects that occur when summoned.
Graveyard. 1 card that does
There's 3
5
sentences
things.
on this card.
5 effects you have to keep track of. I've always thought to prevent these levels of power creep, Yu-Gi-Oh! Should have implemented unique tactics, gimmicks maybe, while updating older cards. I don't know, maybe some cards have HP and will be destroyed after taking a certain amount of damage, or maybe Celtic Guardian can block 1 attack against a friendly monster next to him. What if there were formations, you know, if you could stack up weak monsters in front of strong ranged ones? They kind of dabbled with that in the show. It'd be naive to think...
I mean, you're just describing a whole bunch of interesting design principles that they could do. You know, a card that gives the cards that it points to or the cards next to it abilities, like some sort of force.
Think that duel monsters would be the exact same game for 20 years. Not many card games stay relevant without innovation. Wait, what? Dude, new Solitaire just dropped? Holy shit! Whatever painful choices Konami had to make, well, it's kept the game alive. And I'd rather people be able to play and enjoy new Yu-Gi-Oh! Than not at all, because I can still play with the cool cards. However, the more Yu-Gi-Oh! Drifted away from its ancient Egyptian roots, the stupider the game and the anime started to feel.
I have really great news about what 4 cards are about to ruin the Yu-Gi-Oh! Meta.
And I'm not even talking about game mechanics, just the art names and archetypes.
Game mechanics?
I guess there's only so many Egyptian-themed cards and booster sets you can sell before that gets old, so where do you go from there? You run out of ideas and say, well, fuck it, I don't know, have the characters duel on motorcycles. Where's the rest of the coke? But we need to understand what's
these people are on crack.
Really stupid about modern Yu-Gi-Oh! See, back in the day, most cards were pretty straightforward. The names made sense, and only a handful were super long or confusing, right? Trap Hole. You summon a monster, it falls down the hole, it dies. Man-Eater Bug. You flip it up, it eats a monster. It's a bug. Mystical Space Typhoon.
This one's not intuitive.
Destroy 1 spell a trap. Mirror Force. You attack me? Sayonara, bitch. The cards had names, art, and effects that all fit a theme or
yeah, Mystical Space Typhoon.
Type of action. I've always thought Michizuru was super cool because
the fuck does this mean, dummy?
Because it's like, okay, one monster's dying and the other one's pulling him down too. Rope of Life. You pay a cost to bring back a monster stronger than before. Foolish.
That one we saw in his GOAT format deck.
Burial. You're burying your own monster in the graveyard, which some might consider to be foolish. Simple, easy to understand concepts.
When did Foolish Burial come out? Answer me.
So, what the fuck happened to Yu-Gi-Oh's simplicity? It's like every new card that comes out is part of some kind of, what is it, archetype? Hey kids, would you rather play the deck with the giant sea serpents?
You're describing a
freaky fishmen and hot mermaids, or a deck that's based on French and Italian desserts or animal sounds.
Wow, I'm really sorry to say this, buddy, but it is the desserts. What a fucking idiot. How would you ever think anyone was on your side about this? You cannot possibly Hey, would you rather? Let me run that question back for you. You know what? Let's do a poll in the chat. Let's do a poll. We're gonna use the poll feature. That's right, Twitch. I'd be a great ambassador. I use all your features. I love them all.
That was wrong.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. I don't use them all. All right, 1 minute.
Archetype? Hey kids, would you rather play the deck with giant sea serpents?
That was
No.
Freaky fishmen?
No.
And hot mermaids?
Ooh, I'm playing the deck with the hot mermaids. It's called Tier, dummy.
Or a deck that's based on French and Italian desserts or animal sounds?
That one! The fuck do you mean? Of course it's that one! Indeed!
Went from menacing insects and
Menacing insects.
animal sounds. We went from
Insect Princess. Menacing insects. None of these cards ever playable, by the way.
insects and hordes of zombies
Okay, these are cool looking cards. You're right. Pumpkin, terrible.
to cars?
Okay.
An archetype on cars?
That's not even the best archetype on cars. Here we got FA.
It's a combination of naming conventions and archetypes that really piss me off. Look at this one, Parapsychroid.
Was he fucking complaining about Parapsychroid? Buddy, your audience was not alive when they printed this card.
It's a fucking bicycle, man.
I mean, yeah, that's true.
Come on. You summon a bicycle? We play in
Yes, it's
Yu-Gi-Oh!
very
We're training for the Tour de France. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was a game that had you announce every move you made, so it'd get real tiring of all your
This is what you all sound like when you say, oh, I won't play Prank Kid because I'll never say doo-doo, poo-poo, doo-doo, kiki, fart.
cards had stupidly long names or, you know, names that just sounded
This is what
really
you
dumb.
all sound like.
Speaking of which, I can't wait to duel you with my Ga deck. And then
Yeah,
I
that's
have
fair.
a Do deck.
But it's the same deck.
Yes, those are real archetypes, and I could not stop laughing if you played one against me. I thought this naming convention was just a joke reserved for Gigo.
Wait a minute.
And then Gigo. And of course
he knows this one.
Go Gigo. Don't you want to play a deck with
You're
cards that
missing
all
like
start
3
with
of
clip?
them.
I summon.
This is anti-Semitic.
And of course, go Gigo. Don't you want to play a deck with cards that all start with clip?
Yes. Yes.
I summon Clifford Disc, which allows me to get one click card from my Clifford deck. Now they got.
What do you think? Oh my god. Clifford is a cool fucking name. I'm sorry that it's cool. He hates the Zionist agenda. Sure.
An archetype based on cubes? What is this, Minecraft?
What is this, Minecraft?
You're gonna tell me there's an archetype about stuffed animals.
I will not tolerate fluffle slander on this channel.
Jesus Christ, look at this name. Crimson Nova Trinity, the Dark Cubic Lord.
Okay, I mean, this is an overblown fucking name.
Number 38, Hope Harbinger, Dragon, Titanic, Galaxy.
Classic stupid fucking name.
These aren't even names, it's just a string of nonsense words. I
Yeah,
can
that's
come up
true.
with random shit too. Number -73 1/3, Dragonic Spread-Shifting Doom Blaster of Legend.
That's a pretty cool name, actually. That was good. Did he come on? Was that off the dome? Dragonic Spread Shifter Doom.
Number -73
Number -73 and a
1/3.
third. Okay, we'll have to change that because that part is not funny. But what do we got?
Dragonic Spread-Shifting Doom Blaster of Legend.
Dragonic Spread Shifting Doom Blaster of Legend. That's pretty cool, actually.
How about this one? Dan Mari at Ignister.
Sorry, I will not tolerate Ad Ignister slander.
What the shit is this supposed to be, huh?
Watch the show, dumbass.
What the shit is this?
It's I.
And you might say, well, Actman, you're pretending like there weren't
It's the main character of the 6th anime.
dumb cards back in the glory days. Yeah, there were, but they were stupid and simple. Like Bat.
This card does not exist.
Or Frog the Jam.
This card does not exist.
Bat sucks. I'm sorry to all the hardcore Bat players out there, but he sucks. Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Gustav Max.
This card having a long-ass cool name is the best part of it. I'm sorry. If you do not like the name of this card, you are a penis head.
Oh, and you can't forget I'm playing this card alongside my Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Juggernaut Lieb.
Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon being an archetype is one of the coolest things in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Blaze Phoenix the Burning Bombardment Bird.
This card came out in 2008.
Why not just call it Blaze Phoenix? Prank Kids Meow Meow Moo.
We got there! We got there! This card doesn't exist.
This is a joke, right? This is like you.
Yes! Yes!
Blaze Phoenix. Prank Kids Meow Meow Moo. This is a joke, right? This is like you created the
yes!
type that nobody would ever want to play. Is that a joke? Prank Kids Bow Wow.
We're still doing Prank Kid!
Bark.
What is the first word of this card?
How about this one? DDD Dragon King Pendragon.
That's not even the worst DDD. This is like a bottom third DDD name. DDD is a good archetype for if you want to complain about names. Oh my god. They got some silly ones.
Of course, because it was necessary for dragon to be in the card's name twice, and it's not even a dragon type, it's a...
But Pendragon is its name. It is funny that's not a dragon. Though.
Fiend! What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay.
He's the king of dragons. He's not a dragon.
Okay, this is where I draw the line, alright? DD...
Yes! I was like, you know what's actually a crazy DDD card is the one you showed earlier, Super Doom King Purple Armageddon.
DD.
The fanlation for this was Purpley Armageddon, which was very funny.
Super Doom King Purple Armageddon. There is a card that I found. It's called DDD.
What is Paul APS going to say about this? Is he going to go, oh, that's crazy?
Super Doom King Purple Armageddon. And in the
just
card
listen
effect,
to that name.
and in the card effect, it says you can only use the effect of DDD Super Doom King Purple Armageddon once per turn. And I feel like that could just be swapped out. You know what I mean?
Like just the once per turn restriction.
All right, let me show you what's going on here. There's a lot going on in this card.
That could just be swapped.
Okay, so at this point, Farfa realizes he doesn't actually like the white balance of his camera. Watch.
Swapped out. You know what I mean?
Yep. And he increases the brightness just a little bit while he is not listening to this. Watch.
Armageddon once per turn. And I feel like that could just be swapped out. You know what I mean?
Yep, there it is.
Like just the once per turn restriction on that card is like 10 words, right?
Yeah, that's right.
I get why
How do you catch that? This is my job!
Want to say you can only use it once. Like maybe if you have like multiple copies or whatever, it could be broken. But like, I don't know why they don't just use like a one symbol. Like a one.
Yeah, okay, now we're describing why the OCG 1, 2, 3 effect nomenclature is better. And it is. We really should adopt it here. It's actually ridiculous.
One with a circle around it or something.
Yeah,
like
one PT and a little circle on the card.
Yeah, so that way, like, it just sort of says, because the thing is, like, the sentence is already kind of extra.
I do like Paul who's like, yeah. So here's how we could fix it, and here's how they do it in the TCG.
Then the name of the card is already super long.
We all know
so
Super Doom King Purple Armageddon.
You can only activate the effect of DDD Doom King blah 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 once per turn. And it's just like, do we have to say this much to get the point across? Like,
if you took out every rewritten card name and once per turn from the effects of all Yu-Gi-Oh cards,
please take out the once per turn from the effects of all Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Fun thought experiment here. A couple of years ago, in the middle of one of the fucking terrible spiral or firewall formats that we were all sitting through, Lithium was just bored on his ass, like we all were, because we didn't want to play any goddamn Yu-Gi-Oh. And Lithium did like a theory craft about what would happen if we just made every single Yu-Gi-Oh effect a hard once per turn. If we just like added to the rules, you can only activate each individual card and each individual effect of each individual card once per turn. And it actually was fine. It was nice. I didn't hate it.
You would have deleted more words than the combined works of William Shakespeare. And I'm cherry picking, sure, but I really don't get as a...
We're going to the card shop in the Legacy of the Duel. Someone introduced this guy to Master Duel. Listen, I disagree with a lot of what you've said in this video, Actman. No man should be forced to play Legacy of the Duelist Link Evolution. Please. Download Master Duel. I'm begging you.
Excited about new cards as I did with old ones. To be fair, there are some new archetypes, and they actually make cards to support Blue Eyes and Red Eyes Dark Magician decks and some other...
They make no cards to support no Red Eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. 2 people in sequence typed, Master Duel is literally free. Germanium, Xerox the Beautiful. 1-2 in sequence. Master Duel is literally free. Same caps, exact same sentence. Holy fuck.
They're classics. I think all that stuff's really cool. But what I really hate about archetypes is how it makes opening
They
packs
shoot you
far
for that
less
on
thrilling and
R9K.
exciting. Remember this, the simpler the card, the easier it is to fit into most decks. Sangan, or Witch of the Black Forest. Reinforcement of the army is clearly meant to be used alongside Marauding Captain, but it
I guess.
doesn't have to be. But nowadays, when you open a pack and you see, like, each card has to work in a separate archetype, it just takes the fun out of it, because most cards in an archetype can't be used outside of that deck.
That's fair. That's why I like rotation. You know, if one of the reasons I like rotation, if the card pool is like 1,000, you can find synergies between cards. You don't have to like gate them into archetypes.
So there's no creativity involved. You either play the deck the card is made for, or you don't play the card at all. No,
Yeah.
you can't just put this into your current deck. You have to build a whole new deck with 39 cards that are exactly like this one.
We did get the fade one last time.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a very complex game, with a long and complex history. It truly is the coolest and dumbest card game ever made. I love it to death, and likely always will. Sure, I can complain, bitch, and moan about ridiculous mechanics, dumb archetypes, and excessive card text, but at the end of the day, had I never played Yu-Gi-Oh!, my childhood would have been way worse. I can always play the version of Yu-Gi-Oh! That I knew and loved, and I don't have to play with the new shit I don't like. Because no matter where Yu-Gi-Oh! Goes as a game or an anime, I'll always be there, ready to dodo! So thank you all for watching. I hope this completely random and probably poorly structured video was entertaining at the least. Big shout outs to Paul from Team APS, Sladra, Dzeef, and Farfa for answering my question.
Oh, the Empire Yen. Yane. You said it for the first time out loud. I've never heard it out loud until the stream, and I went, oh, that's how you said it. And then I forgot. I hope you had a good stream. All right, so he did put out a call, and he was like, do any Yu-Gi-Oh! YouTube creators want to be in a video of mine? And I sent him a PM, and I was like, yo, let me get in. And he never responded. I could have saved this video.
And taking part
Probably
in this video.
not.
Links to their channels will be in
I
the
would have been in this
description.
shit less
Please
than
go check them out
Farfa.
if you
Doug
want
was
more
in here for
kick-ass
2.5
Yu-Gi-Oh! videos that are way
sentences.
better than mine. All right, everyone, that's all I got for today. This is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Man signing out. Peace.
Oh, man. That was, oh, man. Ooh, comments? I don't know. So, there's some stuff in here. It's really strange, because, like, I think this video is a good lesson to people who are making YouTube essays, which is when you sit down with a YouTube essay, at least structure it. Get some bullet points. I think what happened here is he just spoke out loud for like 8 hours and was like, all right, let's cut this down into a digestible video. And that's why we have like all of these unbelievably different length sections that do not relate to each other at all. The other thing is you got to be prepared, and this is something that people on the internet specifically have a problem with. You got to be prepared that you are just absolutely wrong about everything. All right? This is... I don't know what it is, like, especially when you have like a following on like YouTube or Twitter, you get like the God Emperor understanding where you're just like, I'm the smartest man who ever lived, right? I have to know this on first glance. I'll just make a video about it. Like, you have to be willing to comprehend the possibility that your entire view of this game is colored by a matchup that you've played with your friends and got mad about, right? It's kind of like how in preparation for 2016 regional season, I pilled myself into Ritual Beast thinking that it had a good matchup against the rest of the meta because my friends in my testing group were playing anti-meta and I was donking them. You have to be ready to understand that your silly video might be you complaining about Ritual Beast, but in reality, other people are doing other things. Like, this Predaplant portion is incomprehensible. Super Doom King Purple Armageddon is not a card that translates to 99% of the player base. It's just strange. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was so influential that even Magic the Gathering players like me were activating counterspells like trap cards. You all had better not be doing that. The fact that I can walk away from the game and go make a cup of tea and have time to drink it before my opponent's turn is over really tells you everything about modern Yu-Gi-Oh! True. I love that Ackman shows you can still have fun in your 40s. No, he can't possibly be 40. Imagine designing an archetype themed around the 10 dimensions of Buddhism and making it one of the most wonderfully exotic artworks just for the dub team to translate it into cubic. I mean, imagine, you know, Cleefort. Imagine Shadow, you know. App showed up. Wow. But we're actually, it's just actually all normies in the comments. Wow. Yeah, no, Danny, you were right. It's just normie shit. Rebby, I am not allowed to talk about it. I'll tell you that. I promise not to make something this petty ever again. Maybe. This wasn't a response to it. 29 October 2019. Oh my fucking God. Rada really memed this video into existence. Folks. Oh, Jesus. I just can't help but imagine how interesting it would be if a semi-popular internet personality got into Yu-Gi-Oh! And talked about their experiences and what they found cool about the game or anime to a wide audience, instead of this. I gotta make the video about this. I gotta. Literally Moist Critical. I mean, Critical enjoyed opening boxes, right? No, Critical... Yeah, I guess I would say that happened. He was, he won Trick's, Gren Maju and Master Duel, but he played a lot of Duel Links. He was, like, good at Duel Links, too. He, like, cogged a couple of times. Like, you can't do that if you're operating on a rudimentary understanding of the rules. I'm trying to remember. I think he played Yubel.
That was wrong.
Charlie also played IDS. True. Okay, I think that's a good enough place to stop it for tonight. It's fucking 1 a.m. Like, what the fuck? I'm never trying to get up or be up this late. You're a grown-ass man. Read the fucking card text. Ugh.
That was wrong.
All right. Good night, all. Have a good one. I had a great time. Maybe we'll make the video about this video. It seems like... The problem is I don't want to make the response video to this video because there's nothing to respond to of substance. It's the same fucking pedestrian critique of Yu-Gi-Oh that everyone has. I think the way to go is to just make this video again. Just be like, what caused Yu-Gi-Oh to be where it is? Because I think that that is an interesting question. The problem is that my channel... That's the other thing. The problem is that my channel doesn't have normie appeal, right? Like, there's not going to be people interested in something else that click on it. It's mostly going to be people who already know all of this stuff. So. Good night. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-dum. Bum 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 ba-dum. Bum 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 ba-dum. Bum 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 ba-dum bum bum. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Crush cards are streaming. We're gonna throw on the crush cards. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do 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 do.